Well, if everyone take a minute and silence your cell phones, any other electronic equipment you may have. We're going to reconvene the County Commission meeting a couple minutes late. We appreciate your patience. We will get going here in just a second.
While trying to organize.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, we welcome everybody here today. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever your flavor may be. We're going to turn it over to the county attorney who will read the rules for participation this afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman. While the board welcomes comments from all persons with an interest in these proceedings, Florida law requires that the board's decision in quasi-judicial actions be supported by competent, substantial evidence presented to the board during the hearings on the applications. Competent, substantial evidence is such evidence as a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. There must be a factual basis in the record to support opinion testimony from both expert and non-expert witnesses. Persons presenting testimony may rely on factual information that they present, that is presented by county staff, that the applicant presented, or on factual information included in the county staff report to support their testimony. All persons who present written materials to the board for consideration must ensure that a copy of such materials is provided to the clerk for inclusion in the board's record of the proceedings and official minutes. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll move for, entertain a motion for proof of publication.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries. First item this afternoon is the Tri-State Towing PD rezone.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I'd like to submit my ex parte communications for the public hearing inquiry.
Yes, thank you. Any commissioner that has any ex parte, please note the substance of it and pass it down to the clerk, or tell us it's been submitted electronically.
My ex parte is going to be passed down the dais, and it was already submitted electronically.
Mine was submitted electronically, and somewhere in this maze of things, I've got it on hard copy.
I've had no ex parte since the last meeting on this.
Mine has all been submitted electronically. Thank you very much, Commissioner Delary, for that reminder. Also want to remind the public, if you want to talk on any of these issues this afternoon, you're going to want to fill out one of these forms. You can find them in the lobby. Fill it out, give it to Dominic, or hands raised right here. We want you to have that done before the item becomes on the agenda. So if you need to speak, go get one of these filled out and give it to her as well. Likewise, if you don't want to speak, you just want a written comment, submit that accordingly on another form, which is available in the lobby also, and we'll read that into the record. First item, Tri-State Towing PD rezone. This was continued from November 14th, 2023. The project manager is Annie Silloway. Annie?
Hi, good afternoon. Annie Silloway, Senior Planner with Development Services. Just wanted to clarify the applicant for Tri-State Towing is not only Brian Taylor, but Nick Pope as well. And I'll proceed with my presentation. The applicant is requesting a rezone from A1 Agriculture to PD Plan Development to develop the subject property as an office and warehouse with the accessory use of a tow yard. The master development plan includes 800 square feet of office and 3,500 square feet of warehouse for a maximum building size of 4,300 square feet and a maximum building height of 35 feet. Approximately 10,000 square feet of the subject site will be utilized as outdoor vehicle storage for a towing company, which will be enclosed by a 6-foot-high opaque fence. All the properties on the west side of West State Road 426, lying south of West Chapman Road and north of Aloma Woods Boulevard, have an industrial future land use. The purpose and intent of the existing future land use designation is to identify locations for a variety of heavy commercial and industrial uses oriented towards wholesale distribution, storage, manufacturing, and other industrial uses. The applicant will be providing 20% open space, adequate buffers along the south and the east portions of the site. The applicant is only proposing an FAR of 0.10, which is less than the maximum 0.65 FAR permitted under the industrial future land use. Access to the site would be from an existing cross-access agreement that was established in the 2003 Valley PCD rezone, aka the Oviedo Commerce Center. The proposed development order requires this property to provide cross-access easement to the adjacent property to the south. Staff finds the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Seminole County Land Development and compatible with the surrounding trend of development in the area. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on October 4th, 2023, voted 3-2 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners deny adoption of the proposed ordinance enacting a rezone from A1 agriculture to PD and deny the approval of the associated master development plan and development order. Since the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the applicant volunteered additional conditions which were added to the development order to help address concerns brought up at the P&Z meeting. These conditions are: the towing facility is restricted to the storing of vehicles towed from police, medical, and fire emergency response incidences only, and vehicles leaking fluids must be stored inside the warehouse to prevent ground contamination. The second condition is to minimize impacts to the shared cross-access easement on the property to the north. The towing facility is limited to a maximum of 3 tow trucks, and the tow truck shall not exceed a gross vehicle weight rating of 20,000 pounds. The applicant is present and has been negotiating directly with the adjacent property owner regarding amendments to the development order. A revised development order was sent to the board last Thursday. The applicant would like to present these proposed amendments to the development order at this time and is seeking policy direction regarding access from State Road 426. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Silway. Any questions of staff at this juncture?
At this time.
Commissioner Lockhart?
I just have one question, and it's more of a process question.
Okay.
Staff is seeking policy direction from us, but we don't have any staff recommendation in terms of the modified engineering.
Correct.
So
The applicant is actually requesting it, policy direction regarding the access way. We have not received any new engineering plans that staff has reviewed yet. Was that your question, the answer to your question?
it is the answer to my question,
Okay.
and I think it's just a process question that
Right.
we'll have to delve into at some point.
And I think we will, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lockhart, I think as we go through this, I think it will unfold itself.
Okay.
If we could just all be
Yeah.
just a little patient.
So hang tight.
Patience
Get-
is not my virtue.
I'm not to judge that.
I think that's fair to say with most of us up here. I think this is, you all received the proposed development order or revised development order. I think if we look to the code, it is a policy issue, and I suspect we're going to hear from the applicant. If the applicant is here, if you'd please come forward, state your name, address for the record, and tell us what you're presenting, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Nick Pope. I'm an attorney with the Lowndes firm in Orlando, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, Florida. Good to be here. I have not been in these chambers in some years, but always enjoyed myself when I was here. You are correct. We are not seeking approval of our development order, which we have sent to you primarily for the purpose of some background education. This project was turned down by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the primary issue that I think concerned our neighbor, the Oviedo Commerce Center, and which we had to contend with was access. Since that time, I was hired. Randy Morris was hired, someone I have dealt with for many years in a variety of contexts, and we've always been able to work out solutions that made sense for all parties involved. As soon as we saw the existing access to this site, we recognized that it was a problem. It is something that was put in place over 20 years ago, at a time when things were different, both in the area and on the trail. The trail, I think, was about to be built. Since that time, the area has matured, and our client, Tri-State Towing and Actually Working, found this site and submitted an application based on a cross-access easement that was put in place actually by the Board of County Commissioners, I think, in about the year 2000. That access is somewhat contorted. It enters the property at the Oviedo Commerce Center at an angle, goes through a parking area, is about 20 feet wide, and there are large vehicles, many times trucks, parked on either side, which is certainly their right to do. I think the primary concern that was expressed at the time was the concept of towing vehicles going down that very narrow and difficult passage. When I was hired, I went out, looked at the site. Randy did the same thing, and it immediately became obvious that the problem was not so much the zoning and the use of the property. It was how you got there, through someone else's parking lot with large vehicles, towing potentially other large vehicles. It took Randy and I perhaps a half hour to come up with a solution that seemed to make sense for all parties. But that solution required direction from you, policy direction. The essence of the solution is to provide separate access to our site, which would be shared with the property immediately to our south. There is a somewhat amateurish drawing on your screen that shows you the proposed access to the site. You'll see it coming to the southwest corner of the site. It would provide access both to us as well as to the property to the south. You'll also see, headed off to the northeast, the original cross-access easement that was created when the Oviedo Commerce Center was first approved. We think that this makes tremendous sense both for us, the Oviedo Commerce Center, and in fact for the county. What we are here to ask you is for policy direction so that we can then proceed with the rest of the steps that are necessary in order to implement this type of access to the site. And that is direction from you that access directly from Aloma Avenue, 426, is appropriate. It would also involve a crossing of the trail at that same location. There are numerous crossings of the trail up and down the road. We propose to put in warning signals and devices that would alert people to the passage of vehicles crossing the trail. We think, in fact, it will be safer than what exists today up and down the trail. We are not, and I stress that we are not today seeking approval of the development order. We submitted our own development order, and I submitted that so you could see the progress we have made with our neighbors, the Oviedo Commerce Center. If you have an opportunity to look at it, what you will see is largely the same restrictions on us that existed when the staff first recommended approval. But in addition, numerous other restrictions, most related to things we never planned to do on the site, but things that were important to our neighbor. And because we never planned to do them, they were very easy for us to agree to. We agreed to increased buffers, fencing that was higher than it had been in the original recommendation, and another number of other things that were designed to allay concerns that our neighbor expressed. Among them, elimination of the possibility of doing a so-called chop shop on the site, which we don't want to do, so that was easy. We agreed to a number of other things, all of which are in the proposed development order. I'd be happy to go through that with you now or at any point in the future, but that's not really the reason we're here today. We're here seeking your indulgence and support of a crossing and curb cut onto the property from State Road 426. It is a right-in, right-out. The spacing is appropriate, and we think it can be done without creating any new problems. In fact, when it is done by separating our traffic from our neighbors, we think we will have a much safer solution to access to our site than what has been in place since the cross-access easement was instituted. I would be pleased to answer any questions from you, either about the information we have submitted, about the drawing you're looking at, or about other factors that may relate to this site, and but I'd like to stay here and answer questions for a minute if you should have any.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Before we do that, I suspect the adjoining property owner, are they willing to give us their input on this matter?
I am very hopeful that they will.
Okay.
I think Randy Morris is here on behalf of Oviedo Commerce Center. I won't put words in his mouth, but I am hoping that he echoes my comments and support the fact that we believe this is a safer and better solution for access, both for vehicles and for pedestrians using the trail, than what would otherwise exist.
Okay. Thank you very kindly. Stay close. Mr. Morris, are you representing the party adjacent? I think that's going to be better if we get, I don't think we need to get too far down the road if the adjoining property owners not working with each other. I hear that they are, but tell us.
Randall Morris, 1703 North River Road, New Smyrna Beach. Let me now see if I can confuse you, because Mr. Pope, who I deeply respect and clearly had nice words to say about us and our representation, is stating the case for his client. First of all, yes, in about, I would say, 20, 30 minutes of discussion, we both established that the cross-access easement was not desirable for either party because of the way the property developed. But it goes a little bit further than that. The issue today with me, we have a couple of the owners of the Commerce Center, and we met with all of you. And we discussed two things with you that were primary. One was the access itself, and two was the equality of the review and in terms of fairness relative to interpreting a code over a 20-year period. And then that interpretation had changed. We were restricted and had severe restrictions put on us 22 years ago, as in light industrial, and the uses we could have. The current application would not have been permitted, that use would not have been permitted on our property. So we brought that up to you. We were, although my client is not opposed to this development, he was deeply concerned about that unequitable treatment in terms of review. And we knew by working what we considered a weak development order to a strong development order that we could protect the future rights. Mr. Pope is absolutely correct that they voluntarily agreed to these changes because they weren't going to do them. But that didn't mean they wouldn't change their mind later. That didn't mean some new owner wouldn't change their mind. When you review that development order, and I plead, if you do follow what we're asking you to do today at today's hearing, and we come back to you a couple of months from now, I do ask you to please look closely at the changes that were made and why they were made and why they protect the property of the north and why they protect you and the citizens better than the original order. The biggest one is any change in use is not handled by strict zoning, it's handled by coming back to you. Any change in use comes back to this board at a public hearing, publicly advertised. Because of the nature of this development, they can tune, as Mr. Pope referred to, as a chop shop. There can be much more intense uses that develop naturally out of the course of this allowance of this development. The protections we put in stop that. They also protect the property owner to the north by further buffering. There's significant office space to the north. The uses, as you recall, when we all met individually, we have just under 200 employees working to the north on that track, about similar to the size of this track. And also, we have 9 businesses. These businesses would be now next to what would be a somewhat noisy site. They could get a lot more noisy if its uses were expanded, so you can see the protections. So what we're asking you, and we're supporting Mr. Pope 100% in his endeavor to get the access changed, because the access is unsafe, untenable, undesirable access. The access will hurt the development, and we believe will actually cause us to lose tenants at the site who would move, because they have civilian and retail interactions going on in those parking lots that now would run not just this development through, but under the current development order you have in front of you, runs the property to the south with a cross access, and that's an unknown use to the south. So we're picking up 2 additional properties where this driveway access right now, which has a median cut on the state road, has 2 properties currently feeding on it. One is our property, and 2 is a personal storage use to the north that also, guess what, that wasn't anticipated 22 years ago. It has sales and rentals of both storage places and U-Hauls. So the idea of dividing up these uses in this industrial area into 2 access points on the road make a lot more sense. Not to mention, if you were to drive the entire route of this part of the state road and the trail, you would see multiple crossings that are not as proposed by Mr. Pope and his client. They're proposing a much safer crossing with electronic lighting, warnings, and all that, which the county doesn't currently employ at their site. So we believe in so many ways this is a better proposal, and we're asking you to continue this item, to reach a consensus by this board that you would concur that we aren't sending Mr. Pope on a wild goose chase, that you concur that a transfer of a new easement, a new right-of-way easement, which we would grant to them on our property again, it goes across our property, to 427, that be pursued with state DOT, with hand in hand with county management for this request and the county commission, that a consensus be reached. And the consensus be reached that generally this development order looks pretty good. You can obviously add or subtract anything you want when the idea would come back, or the full proposal would come back to you. And get approval from DOT for the cross-access, and you see the final engineering, and your staff has a chance to review the development order and review the engineering, as was just discussed by Ms. Lockhart. That's what we're asking you to do. And otherwise, he would go off on a chase, not knowing what your intent is, and potentially spend tens of thousands of dollars in a pursuit of something that you may not ultimately agree with. So do you have any questions of me as I laid that out to you?
So let me try to memorialize this before we get into questions. I think what I'm hearing is you're asking, sounds like both of you are asking to cooperate for a curb cut off the State Highway 426, right in, right out, across the county trail.
Correct.
That's it.
Well, we want consensus that the board would concur to do that. That's where we're asking.
Understood.
And that we are allowed to go out, and we will stand hand in hand. We are completely together on the proposal of the DO. We're completely together on that request.
Sure.
And we will stand hand in hand to help the applicant get that approval as we ask your county government to do it also.
Okay.
That's what, it's it's about the size of it. So Mr. Pope is absolutely correct in what he said. I just wanted to expand on the argument. Failing that, if you understand, just so I can do good client representation here, failing that, we are opposed to this because we do not believe the proposal really meets muster without these changes being made.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay, before I go, I intend to check for public comment, but if there's any specific questions prior to that, Commissioner Hearn.
I just want to point out, I think what you're asking for that you didn't mention, Chairman, is you're asking for a continuance of the item. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
asking for a continuance of the item so that you can pursue DOT through the DOT process for the cut and some direction, not a vote on, but direction that should all of that take place, that we may be agreeable to that.
Consensus.
That is exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Anything else before I go to the public? Nope. I'm going to get any public input.
We have one from Bill Hyde.
Okay. Mr. Hyde, please come down if you'll call the second name and that person, if there is a second name. No. Okay.
Hi, my name is Bill Hyde, live 2379 Audley Street in Oviedo. Don't panic. My concerns that came up at P&Z, I believe have been addressed. My concern is for water. I live in a community that we had the state had to come in and put a bunch of piping in because we had bad water. Was concerned for the vehicles being stored on the open ground. If I heard this correctly, it's going to be, all the vehicles will be stored inside on the concrete. I'm done. People making a whole lot more money than me can take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, William.
Any further public comment? Mr. Pope, hold on 1 second. Nothing there?
While the comments the gentleman just made are pertinent to the zoning.
That's a good attorney. They keep talking right over the
relate
top
to
of the
our
chairman.
request
That's usually what
today,
happens.
but I wanted to clarify that there is outside storage involved. Could put the site plan back up. In the southwest rear corner of the property, just in front of the retention pond, there is a fenced area where vehicles would be stored for short-term and then taken off the site at the end of approximately 30 days. But that's always been a part of the proposal. More vehicles would be stored in the inside storage depending upon their needs. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. We'll close public input. Public hearing. This is Commissioner Delaries.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's true that 20 years ago, plus or minus, before a lot of development happened in this area, there was a cross-access easement put in to several lots in this area. This piece of property, as was articulated by the applicant and the neighbor to the north, articulated very well that access went through an existing parking lot. That, in my opinion, is an issue. I, for one, would rather have this property have its own access across the trail. I do realize that we have tried to limit trail access or cross-access many times. I think this is a perfect time to allow it, because to allow people to use the cross-access easement and go through an existing parking lot, then cross the trail, would cause an additional burden and actually cause more problems. I, for one, I'm in favor of allowing the continuance and allowing them to work on this solution and bring it back to us at a later date. I think having their own dedicated easement and access, and if it does cross the trail and they're going to put enough safety in place to do that, I think it would be the appropriate manner. But that would be what I would recommend, to continue this and allow them to proceed. I think also by adding the additional issues on a development order is a move in a right direction, and I think it's nice to see that both parties come to the table with identifying the problems and also providing a solution. So I thank them both for doing that. I, for one, think that we should be granting the continuance to allow them to continue working with DOT and to allow the access across the trail.
Commissioner, are you making a motion?
If there's no other conversation, I'll make the motion for continuance to allow the applicant to do that.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further conversation. Commissioner Herr, Commissioner Lockhart, and myself.
I just want to be certain that what we're saying today is that we're granting a continuance, just for the record.
Correct.
The DO is going through the entire process all over again, that staff gets to weigh in, we get to weigh in. There are still things in this that are of concern. So this is nothing more than changing the way people are coming in and out of the property, granting a continuance so that you can explore that.
That is my intent, and that was the reason why I made the motion to allow them to talk to DOT to try to allow another access through another cross-access easement.
Commissioner Lockhart?
So is this a multifaceted motion?
Nope.
Okay. Because I just want to make sure, because what
Commissioner Delory, do you want to clean it up?
I will
Maybe
clean it up
for
then.
everybody.
I'd like to continue this to allow the applicant to work with DOT and our staff to investigate the cross-access across the trail and to allow staff the opportunity to review their changes to the DO and go through the entire process so that everyone can actually review it and bring it back with their recommendations or issues.
Seconder agree?
Yes, I do.
Seconder agree. Does that help, Commissioner Lockhart?
It does. I still, I think what I heard the applicant and the neighboring parcel representative say is that they want to have a policy decision from this board today. So maybe I need clarification from the applicants of what their request is, because I hear the continuance, I get it, but what I heard was a second request that you walk away from here today knowing that you would have the support of this board. And that was why my initial reaction was what it was, because I don't know that you have my support when I have yet to talk to the engineers whose opinion I would value in making that policy decision. So I recognize you're not going to spend a lot of money to go and create a plan that's going to create something that doesn't exist yet that you don't know will be allowed. We're in a little bit of a conundrum, I suppose. But is there an opportunity, Darren, to get any feedback from your team as to whether or not that I don't trust either of you gentlemen, but hearing that this is no big deal and this is great and we do this all is different from an applicant than coming from a staff member.
Yeah, and absolutely, it is, as the commissioner had mentioned, this will go back through the process again. So we will review it. We staff hasn't, they submitted the revised development order. We're going through that. We haven't went through all of that yet, so it will go through the whole process as well. And we will actually be talking with DOT as well as the applicant as well. So we'll all go through the same process, and it will be represented back through planning and zoning and through this board.
Okay.
So
You understand why I feel like there's a little cart-horse thing going on here.
Yeah, and I understand exactly where you're coming from, so I'll try my best to maybe clean it up. So I have visited the site not only once but twice, one for personal business and one because of this item coming forward. And here's what I'll tell you. In that stretch of 426, there are a lot of crossings of the trail and a lot of cuts into 426. Although the best laid plans back when the existing development was put in place were probably true and good, if you go into that development now, what you would have to picture is you have an access coming off 426 that then wides right now to two different businesses through a parking lot with landscaped islands that have already been run over, and every curb has black tire marks on it from trucks trying to circulate through a parking lot that has parking on each side with a lane going down the middle. Now what you would have in this proposal, if they were forced to use that, would be a 40-plus foot long tow truck, plus a vehicle behind that, of which they're going to be towing possibly EMS and fire apparatuses, trying to negotiate a turn through parked vehicles in a parking lot of retail sales to try to get over to their, it's just not going to work. I mean, it can't work. And I think what's being asked here by us, if I'm reading the staff's original analysis, what I'm hearing and what the DO was sent to us last week is, they're asking for a policy decision of a cut, an additional access across the trail by this board, and to let them work with FDOT along with our staff going through the process and bring it back to us. Is that, Mr. Pope, Mr. Morris, if that's not correct, please clean that up.
That is exactly our intent, Mr. Chairman.
So what you're not asking for us is to send it back to staff and ask staff if they're okay making a cut. You want us to make that decision because it is a policy decision. Then engineering and smarter people than us up here will have to figure out, can that happen? FDOT's got to sign off on it because it's a state road, et cetera, et cetera. Is that fair?
It's fair and it's accurate. And finally, the decision about a curb cut, though your opinion will matter, I hope greatly, is for the Department of Transportation to make.
Well, I can't speak for them or what they'll believe I've got to say, but anyway, that's a whole nother matter. But thank you. Does that help, Commissioner Lockhart? Maybe?
Yeah, this is where we part company.
Clear as mud.
This is where we part company. And I'm glad that Commissioner Lockhart brought this up, because this is a clarification point that won't later be interpreted by staff or by the public. We need clarity here. We believe that staff has been opposed to an alternative cut. We believe they made a phone call to or communicated with FDOT before this item even got to you. We believe that shouldn't have happened. We do not want, and Mr. Gray, with all respect to you, some analysis to be done, and then later you work at cross purposes from us to do this. We're looking for direction from the commission. You know, if you want to have a further discussion right now, we can do it about the nature of why this cross-access doesn't work now, is not safe, and is a burden on the property, and is adding an additional property to the south, all of that. We can go through that right now, and Mr. Pope and I are on the same page on that. So it's rare when you have two opponents be on the exact same page when they do an analysis of a situation. This is your decision. It's not a staff decision. Now, it is staff to make a recommendation to you, anything they want to say. And if they want to say that, that's fine. But we need to know that Mr. Gray is not going to have his staff go to DOT and say, we're opposed to this. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. That's what I'm trying to get to. And Mr. I think this is what we discussed with you when we met with you all individually. We were opposed to this unless this happened. We're now entering into negotiations. As we've entered negotiations, there's been a lot of confusion here that Mr. Pope and I have tried to kind of get through. Mm-hmm. And you're now seeing exactly why this happened. So if we can get clarity on that, otherwise we'll delay this hearing and let us come back and fight it out with you on everything, because we'll be opposed to the development.
We'll attempt to do that. I will go back to the district commissioner and the motioner. Do you want to change your motion?
No, I want to continue my motion, but I also want to tell you that I've not only walked this trail more times than I want to admit, I've ridden a bicycle down this trail more times than I want to admit. There are multiple trail crossings on so many levels, and I think we're going to have additional issues if we have a combined trail crossing for multiple pieces of property. I think it'd be advantageous to have a dedicated trail crossing for those two pieces of property that was shown by Mr. Pope to the south of the existing property. I think that's the proper way to do it, because otherwise you're going to have a lot more traffic going through that parking lot, as Commissioner Zimbauer stated. I've walked that area as well, and I really believe that, as I made the motion, we're continuing this. I think that they're going to go back through the process to vet all their DO issues, but also work with DOT, because I think it's the right thing to do by having an additional curb cut across that trail.
So seconder, are you?
It's not longer, not shorter.
I'm going to try to clean it up as soon as you're done.
I support the motion. of what Commissioner Delory asked for, what the district commissioner asked for.
I will attempt to clean it up and then go to Commissioner Lockhart.
Okay?
Will the motioner and the seconder agree to, we are okay with a curb cut to access this property?
That's
And that's a
correct.
direction we'll give staff to work with DOT and the applicants and bring back.
That wasn't in the motion. You're saying yes, but that wasn't in the motion, and I know you're trying to clean it up.
Right. So,
I will clarify it. I am okay with an additional curb cut to access this property. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I think I was clear a couple times.
seconder?
Okay, and I'm going to say, I'm okay with the curb cut. I'm not saying where, but I'm okay with the curb
Understood.
cut.
Sure.
That we can continue to work through this process.
Fair enough.
That's all. But if we're saying exactly where it's going to
No.
be and what,
No.
then I'm not for that.
No, I don't think any of us want to
Okay,
entertain
all
being
right.
the civil engineers. Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Herr.
So, Mr. Gray, could I ask the county engineer some questions?
Absolutely.
He's your engineer,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
I mean, before I call Mr.
Yes.
Nelson up here, I want to make sure you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
Because I think I'm trying to listen very carefully, and I think there are some nuances here, and maybe my ears are being hypersensitive, but I feel like I'm hearing a couple different things. So I'm hearing from the applicant that it is not up to this board whether or not there is a curb cut, that is up to FDOT. Is that correct?
For record, Tony Nelson, county engineer. Yes, it is. This is a DOT-maintained roadway.
Okay.
Yes.
So whether or not our policy decision, is that about the curb cut, or is that about the crossing the trail?
It will be twofold, both.
Okay. So we keep saying we're okay with the curb cut, but we haven't talked about the trail crossing in a motion.
I think I did.
Okay.
I
And-
think the two go hand in hand. If you look, they're right there. As soon as you're
Okay.
off the road, you're on the trail.
Sure. Yeah. So if Mr. Morris's perception is correct, that staff has already communicated a lack of support, I guess is that correct? Or to your knowledge, has staff already communicated a lack of support?
I have no knowledge of staff communicating, at least from my office, with FDOT.
Okay.
I personally don't have a problem with the curb cut through
Okay.
the trail.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. You read my mind. I love it. So that was going to be my follow-up, was if there was, in fact, opposition, why was that? And so from staff's perspective, from an engineer's perspective, you would not see a problem with this?
No.
Okay.
We allow this
Okay.
quite a bit.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you so much.
Sure, no
I
problem.
appreciate it.
No problem.
Commissioner Herr. Unless that answered everything you were...
Well, it does and it doesn't. So I think that was an excellent clarification, but I still am not 100% certain I know what I'm voting on. So I know you've said the motion a couple of times, but then we went back and we said, oh, but it implied that it's going to do the curb cut, and now it's double implying that it's going to do the trail crossing. And I simply do not know how I can vote on those two components of this without seeing any engineering, so if that's the way this is going down, I would vote no. If it's going down that we're going to grant the continuance so that that can be explored, so that it can go back through engineering, so that it can go to P&Z, then I'm good with it. But this notion that we're going to come in front of this board and ask us to give an advance notice of what we're about to vote for next is a slippery slope I'm not willing to go down.
So, good point. So I think, and county attorney can weigh in if you want, this is not to come back to us. This would go back through the whole process with staff to review the proposed amended development order that the two parties have worked together on. And all we're doing is giving direction to staff that we're okay with a curb cut. Look at the DO, look at the engineering, go back through P&Z, and then come on through the process to us. Is that correct, Commissioner Delory? Is that your expectation?
That is the intent of my motion.
Commissioner Constantine, that's your understanding?
Exactly. That does not mean we're approving
Correct.
the curb cut where it is. We're just saying we would be willing to accept a curb cut, depending upon this, if all things, fall into place.
Correct. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign? Hearing none, approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all for
I guess
us
you weren't gonna
tortuous process we all went through. But it's
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Next up is item 47, Wayside Drive Project right-of-way vacates. That is going to be Annie Silloway again. Ms. Silloway, you're up.
Mr. Zimbauer.
Good
Could you
afternoon,
sit down
Annie
and talk?
Silloway, Senior Planner, Development Services. The next two agenda items are related. Item number 47, a wayside right-of-way vacate, and item number 48, the wayside assemblage PD rezone. The reason for the right-of-way vacate is being presented first is because the wayside PD rezone will be acquiring portions of vacated right-of-ways into their proposed development if the wayside right-of-way vacate is approved. The wayside right-of-way vacate requires prior approval of the vacations of right-of-way before a vote can be made on wayside assemblage PD rezone. The applicant has petitioned the county to vacate the public rights-of-way known as Old Brick Road and Grant Line Road, lying south of Wayside Drive and east of International Parkway, and the west 816 feet of the public right-of-way known as Woodruff Springs Road. The remaining portion of Woodruff Springs Road, being approximately 554 feet in length, will remain as public right-of-way to provide access to the existing FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation pond. The access will be provided via a 30-foot easement from Wayside Drive connecting to Woodruff Springs Road. The applicant proposes to develop approximately 19.46 acres as a mixed-use planned development known as Wayside Assemblage PD rezone. The development encompasses the public rights-of-way subject to the vacate request and proposes to include the vacated areas into the PD. There are 6 parcels that will be affected by the proposed vacate, but will not be included in the proposed wayside assemblage PD development. Seminole County mailed certified courtesy notifications to 6 affected property owners. This courtesy notice was to advise the owners on the effects of incurring the portions of the right-of-way and how it could potentially affect their property taxes. Lot 10, that is owned by Betty Collins, faces Grant Line Road. That parcel would be landlocked if the vacation were to proceed, since the only access to the lot is from Grant Line Road. Betty Collins also owns Lot 45, which is west of and contiguous to Lot 10, and has access onto International Parkway. Betty Collins, through her authorized agent, Michael Collins, has acknowledged in writing that Lot 10 will be combined with Lot 45 so that Lot 10 will not be landlocked by the vacation of the right-of-way. This request complies with the requirements for vacating a right-of-way under Section 35.184 of the Seminole County Land Development Code and the Florida State Statutes 336.09 and 336.10. Staff requests the Board of County Commission adopt the resolution vacating, abandoning public rights-of-way known as Old Brick Road and Grant Line Road, and a portion of Woodruff Springs Road lying in Section 29, Township 19, South, Range 30, east of Seminole County, Florida. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Silloway. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, is the applicant here and desire to make any presentation?
They are here.
We're here, Chad Moorhead with Madden Moorhead and Stokes, 431 East Horatio Avenue. No presentation, just here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody from the public that desires to speak on this matter?
We do have 2 individuals for the next item. Did you want to hear those now? Or
No, we'll hear those.
So none for this item.
None for this one. Okay, we'll close the public hearing and go to the board. This is Commissioner Herr's district.
Move to approve the resolution vacating and abandoning public rights-of-way known as Old Brick Road and Grant Line Road, and a portion of Woodruff Springs Road lying in Section 29, Township 19, South, Range 30, east of Seminole County, Florida.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
I have a question, if I may.
I'm sorry. You have to raise your hand. I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
Sorry, I didn't raise it fast enough. I have a question for the county attorney, Catherine. So we're vacating some right-of-way, okay, on the pretense that the next project agenda item is going to get approved. If we don't approve that, then what happens to the vacate
The vacate would still be effective.
Okay, that's just want to make sure.
Or Deputy County Attorney Paul Chipach, you could always do a motion for reconsideration because the purpose of the vacate would no longer be necessary, so
I
you
understand
could
that, that's why I'm
consider.
asking the question, Paul. Thank you. But thank you for that
Any
clarification.
further inquiries?
Nope, I'm good.
Commissioner Constantine.
So just for my clarification, I don't know if this is, just for my clarification, which I pretty much, whether or not, I mean, there has been no objection to the right-of-way vacate. So if we vacate and then not approve it, doesn't necessarily mean we have to go back and reconsider this. It simply says we still allowed the vacate, but, we did. That's all.
Anything else? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Next up is number 48, Wayside Assemblage PD rezone. This is Ms. Silloway again. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Good afternoon again. Annie Silloway, Senior Planner for Development Services. This is the Wayside Assemblage PD rezone. The applicant is requesting a rezone from A1 Agriculture and OP Office to PD Plan Development for a mixed-use development consisting of multifamily, office, and retail commercial uses on approximately 19.46 acres. The proposed development consists of 2.40 acres of C2 retail commercial and OP office uses and 8.51 acres of multifamily. And then on 8.55 acres of higher intensity plan development target industry uses as listed in Exhibit 40 of the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan. The proposed development encompasses 3 public county-owned roads known as Old Brick Road, Grant Line Road, and Woodruff Springs Road. The applicant proposes to vacate all 3 rights-of-way and incorporate the acquired acreage into the development. Therefore, approval of the rezone will be contingent upon approval of the requested vacates and will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners today, as was previously. The applicant proposes a maximum FAR of 1.5 for the HIP TI uses and a maximum density of 37.49 dwelling units per net buildable acre, which equates to no more than 49% of the total square footage of the development, and 0.35 floor area ratio for commercial, which is consistent with the future land use of commercial. The property will access from Wayside Drive, which is classified as a local road and does not have improvements programmed into the county's 5-year capital improvement program. The developer may be required to dedicate right-of-way along the northern property boundary facing Wayside Drive in order to facilitate the required improvements. The specific area of right-of-way dedication will be determined at the time of final development plan. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the off-street parking requirements to allow a reduction in parking stall size from the standard 10 by 20 foot stall to the 9 by 18 foot stall size, which is consistent with the previously approved Integra PD to the south of the subject site. And parking for the multifamily portion of the development is proposed at a ratio of 1.7 spaces per dwelling unit. All other uses will meet the parking requirements of Seminole County Land Development Code. As well, the applicant is proposing 6 electric car charging stations, 3 for the multifamily use, 2 for the HIP TI use, and 1 for the commercial use. The proposed project supports the objectives of the PD zoning designation in that it provides the required minimum of 25% open space for the mixed-use development and provides adequate buffering to foster compatibility with the adjacent existing zoning classifications. So staff finds the request to be consistent with the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code and compatible with the trend of development in the surrounding area. Planning and Zoning Commission met on November 1st, 2023, and voted unanimously to recommend approval for the development. Staff requests that the Board of County Commissioners adopt the proposed ordinance enacting a rezone from A1 Agriculture and OP Office to PD Plan Development and approve the associated development order and master development plan for 19.46 acres located on the south side of Wayside Drive and east of International Parkway. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Silway. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to give a presentation?
Again, Chad Moorhead, Mad Moorhead and Stokes, 431 East Horatio Avenue. No presentation. Hope that you guys would go with planning and zoning and staff's recommendation, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Very well. Stand by. Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards?
We have two. First is Diane Westbrook, and then it'll be Cindy Haller.
Okay, if both of you would line up behind the podium, we'll get you all through here. Good afternoon. Your name and address for the record, please. You got the time.
Diane Westbrook, 7080 Tallow Tree Road, Sanford. And I just want to talk to you about the fact that we know that the whole community is growing and changing, but we have so many apartments, but nobody is having any consideration for all the children in those apartments. Where do they go? There's no community center. There's no park in the area. All right, we have Heathrow. There's nothing there but grass and trees. You've got a beautiful park here in Sanford for children in this community. And all the space is taken up with office buildings, retail shops, more apartment buildings. And I think that it's time to start thinking about, before you're changing everything, what are you doing for the children in this community? So that's my thought on the situation. Cindy has some other points, but I think you all need to think about that a little bit, because it's the preteens and the teenagers that really don't have a whole lot to do. I know they have school activities, but I know for a fact Heathrow has a huge problem with their golf carts and kids running people down with their golf carts. They're unattended. The high schools have sports activities, they have music activities, but they can't take all the kids into those. So you've got a lot of kids that need a place that they can go for entertainment, so to speak. So that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holler.
Good afternoon, Chairman. How are you? Excuse me, geez. Cindy Holler, 1731 Beacon. As an aside, so this is near my area. It's not like next door to my house, but it's near me. I drive by here often. As an aside, I do believe in private property rights, although I don't agree with every rezone. So things I'm concerned about, for instance, when Novell Parkway was passed 3-2, it was not built to the artist rendition. So we ended up having huge, enormous apartments. It wasn't what the neighbors expected. There were trees that were cut down on Wayside, and they were told that they would not be cut down. So I think one of the problems is things pass, and then developers just go with things, and things happen, and oh well. I think, so why do I talk about this stuff sometimes? You know, when I can get away from work. Quality of life, traffic congestion, wastewater, water usage, increased taxes, the crime that it could bring. I agree with Diane that better uses for this land could be a teen center, possibly condos, which I think are better than apartments. Green space or park, it's always a good idea. Another friend mentioned an entertainment district, although we do have the one on 46A. Let's see what else. I think anything that's going to be possibly built there should have, in the DO, native plants. They're smart on water usage, drought resistant, bear signage. As we know, the applicant knows, we've got bears in his neighborhood too. All energy efficient building recommendations. I think that the parking that Annie brought up is too low. So I think that's inappropriate. And then one of my friends, Elisa, who lives on Kingsbury, which is close by off of Wayside, She said her feelings on the subject, she had to work today. She works for Seminole County Schools. She said the Seminole County is becoming the apartment complex of Orlando, and she's very disturbed by it. So I would ask that you vote no, although I know it's probably going to pass. But anyway, I think we have enough apartments in this area, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holler. All right, the applicant desire any rebuttal?
Again, Chad Moorhead. We heard Miss Westbrook, she was at our community meeting, and we heard her desires that we do meet the open space requirements, 25%. As far as Ms. Holler goes, we're not changing the future land use here. I believe this area has been for a very long time planned for high-intensity development, HIP TI. We're simply staying in line with that. We have a 15-inch sewer main in front of us, which I've never dealt with in this county before. That's gravity sewer and a 12-inch water main, so this area was obviously set up. It's also called the wayside assemblage because our client has assembled 22 parcels. Not so sure that anybody could have ever imagined that, but it's about the only way, I think, to do a HIP TI development in this area. So, again, stand for any questions, but those are just a few things.
Thank you very kindly. We'll close the public hearing portion. Commissioner Constantine, then Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Hurd, and Commissioner DeLauro. Just come on down the line.
Everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Morehouse, just a couple of questions on the development order. Number one, I think in why you had subject development within the county's urban bear management area must comply with all requirements. I don't think at the current time, although we've put it in some development orders, that we have in that plan that we have a requirement of a bear-resistant container, whether it be a dumpster or whatever. In this case, in the apartments and the commercial, would you have a problem in making sure that it's bear-resistant containers?
Not a problem.
Thank you. So whoever's making the motion, I hope that they would add that to it. Also, in the multifamily, since you're asking for 37 units an acre under D, but you're looking at a maximum density of 50, would you reduce that to 40?
Yes.
Also, thank you. Also, with the Wayside Drive, I believe that it is as has been put, a substandard road. I just want to add, who is paying for the improvements of that substandard road so that you can do this development?
I don't believe it's substandard, but any improvements to it, turn lanes, left turn lanes, right turn lanes, we would be responsible for doing those.
Okay, I guess I missed that in the development order, but okay. Is that consistent, Ms. Hammock? Is that correct? All of that? And I think you have
Ms.
to
Hammock,
say
you want to come up to the mic so we can get that on the record?
For the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. So we can revise the development order to include those additional conditions and then bring it forward for the chairman's signature. The urban bear management ordinance does require, if it's a use that requires a dumpster, those dumpsters do have to be bear-proof. Residential trash is a little bit different, and that's where you can either have the bear-proof trash can or you can, as long as it's secured.
And it would also require signage in the development about living in the bear.
That is not currently within the ordinance, so if that's something that you would like to include within the development order.
I think Mr. Morehouse is shaking his head that he wouldn't have a problem with that.
Moorhead.
Did I say Morehouse? I'm sorry, Chad. Please forget, I do that. I apologize. Please forgive me.
Chad, don't feel bad. He puts an O in my name, too.
But it's okay. I do.
That's okay.
We still love you. Commissioner Lockhart.
I was Abby once, too, so it's okay.
It's all good.
It's all good. We all knew who we meant. For clarification, because there's a lot of conversation about apartments, now you have how many units of apartments?
We're proposing 319.
Which is 37 and a half per acre.
So you're at so is that what the modification was that was just agreed to?
I asked for a reduction of 40, but, you could make it 37 and a half, I don't care.
Okay. And how much of this is commercial? Or that's
The
going?
HIP TI or the commercial?
The commercial.
Well, commercial is approximately 2.4 acres is what we have.
And the HIP TI is how much?
8.54.
Okay, so, and I could read it in the book, but I wanted him to say it for the record, because I think that one of the things that has become commonplace anytime apartments are a part of any development in this community, people get very upset about apartments, and apartment dwellers seem to be the new most favorite thing to dislike in this community, and yet all of us at one point in time probably lived in an apartment because that's the first step in life. Usually people don't have a huge load of cash to put down on a home, and in today's market, with the housing crisis being what it is, it's a little supply and demand situation, and so there are apartments as a part of this project, and there will continue to be apartments approved in this community as appropriate, and I'm not going to be prejudiced against people who live in apartments. And that's my only statement. Thank you.
Commissioner Delary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take a different approach, and I know that HIP TI allows residential. We've had this discussion, Chad, and but it also says that it should be ancillary, secondary usage, not primary usage. And if you look at the acreage, it's 8.53 for HIP TI, and multifamily is 8.51 acres. So it's not secondary, it's equal. I mean, yes, it's 0.02 acres, but the intent of it is to be secondary. And they did that in Colonial Town Properties, they did that in Savannah Park. This doesn't really, in my opinion, meet the letter of the code, but that's just my interpretation.
Commissioner Herr? Yes.
What? You got no further?
That's it, I'm done.
Commissioner Herr? Your district.
So I guess I just want to make sure I understand what was said earlier. You were proposing 37.49, and Lee negotiated it to 40?
The maximum density in HIP TI is 50 dwelling units an acre.
Understood.
And so that was in there. We were proposing 37.4, but we always ask for what the maximum is. Commissioner Constantine asked that we go down to 40.
All right,
get us
well,
closer to where we were, gives us a little bit of room in case there's some differences between where we are now and when we get to the final engineering.
I appreciate that. I was actually going to ask you to stick with your 37.49, but I'll go with the 40 as requested. I have a separate question with regard to phasing. And so most of the times on these projects, I'm at the tail end of this, having only been here for 3 years now. And what I realize is that we come with these projects, I see Rebecca is getting up to, sorry. What I see happening is the multifamily gets built, and then none of the commercial goes in for years and years. And that's a big portion of why the community is sort of recoiling to these projects. And so I'm wondering what we can do to make sure that because it's proposed that the multifamily goes in first, which makes sense to me, because you got to have heads and beds to facilitate commercial being functional. But is there a timing that we can put in this to make sure that the development comes to fruition the way you envision it?
I don't believe we can do that at this point. It's market-driven. Something could happen, the multifamily is not necessarily, goes forward now, and we wind up being able to do office, HIP TI uses. But it's market-driven, so I don't know that we could really commit to a schedule on that.
But so your intention is to put in the apartments first?
Today, yes.
And what is the intention for the future?
To market the HIP TI. My client's a multifamily developer. The intent is to do that and then market the HIP TI, the hotel, also the retail component, to those users.
I think I'd like to hear from the client.
I'm Doug Hooksma of Douglas Partners.
Thank you.
For Winter Park. We presently do not have an answer, as Chad said, to the exact chronology for the development. We have ongoing discussions with HIP TI target users. They're all basically saying that get back to us once you get your zoning, and then we'll talk more seriously. But we have a variety of commercial. One portion of this is already zoned commercial, so we have discussions going on the commercial piece. We have discussions going with hospital users, and then a variety of other of the target industries. So it will really be, it's possible that those could actually start development before we actually start the apartments. As you say, usually the heads on beds drive the commercial, but because of interest rates and things impacting the multifamily, it could be that we start on some of those other uses first.
So what would be a fair request of me to have you follow up with my office with regard to that progress? Is that it's probably not quarterly, but maybe in 6 months we hear back what's the progress with the other uses? We know that the apartments are going to spring up out of the ground within 10 minutes of the meeting. That's how this works, and that's what drives everybody nuts. I'm glad you guys are laughing. But that's the sentiment in the community, and while I'm not going to stop that, to be clear, I'm not going to stop that, I do want to hold you all responsible for bringing these things to fruition so that the community plan works nicely.
Yeah, I
The folks that
understand.
lived here first get to have that.
I understand that concern, and I can, again, candidly say we have no plan right now to be able to start the apartments because of the financing world is basically dried up. Construction lenders that we work with for years and years and years, and we're one of their most favored clients, they want 50% equity in a deal plus additional deposits at the bank just to start the discussion, and that makes it unfeasible, and that's why you've seen a real slowdown in apartment developments. But there still is apparently money available for some of the other HIP TI uses because, again, we don't do that ourselves. But this may be too much information, but we are, as a local private developer, paying for this land with cash, not a loan, and as a consequence, we have a huge incentive to try and sell and get the commercial going and some of the other HIP TI uses just to get some of the cash back that we're putting into the project.
Okay, so 6 months then, check in?
Yeah, we can check in 6 months, and we'd be delighted to be able to tell you that we have something going, because we would very much like that. And again, we have a substantial number of discussions going on right now. It's in our best interest to do that, since it's coming out of our pocket as opposed to some of the larger national development groups would get a line of credit or a loan and carrying that. We're carrying this.
Okay. Next question, this one may not be for you. Why only 3 electric outlets for all of the multifamily?
I think that's a starting point. Presently, the demand for electric vehicles in the United States is about 5 to 6% of all sales, but we'll have stub-ins in other parts of the development, and if there's demand for it, and if electric vehicle sales pick up, then we'll add as we go.
Okay. And will the facility have any children's amenities?
Yes, we always have an extensive tot lot to go with the usual swimming pool, et cetera, but we always do a tot lot, a nice tot lot.
All right. With that, I think I'm through with questions, Chairman. Prepared to make a motion.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to approve the PD rezone, to adopt the proposed ordinance enacting a rezone from A1 agricultural and office to PD, and approve the associated development order and master development plan for the 19.46 acres located on the south side of Wayside Drive with the following additions to the DO. that in addition to the 3 electric multifamilies, that the stub-ins are built, that Bear signage and Bear cans are assimilated into the community for awareness, that the maximum is 40 units per acre, and that there's a note that road improvements that are required for this complex are the developer's expense.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Seeing none, motion. Up. Nay for Commissioner Delory. 4-1, carries. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If there are folks in the community who are interested in all of the children's programming that our Parks and Recreation Department and
Sure.
Leisure Services and Natural Lands, it is an amazing plethora of options for families, for their kids to participate in all sorts of camps at our libraries. So check out our website. We've got lots of great stuff out there for kids.
Lake Sylvan's not too far.
My own kids were in them, so
Right.
I personally vouch for the programming. It was wonderful.
Exactly. All right, our next item up is legislative public hearings, evaluation, and appraisal report, air-based comprehensive plan amendments. That is Tyler Reed with our project consultant Eliza Harris, Giuliano, and of Kimley Horn Associates.
Good afternoon. For the record, Tyler Reed, Senior Planner for Planning and Development Services. This afternoon, we're going to present the final results of the air-based amendments, and Eliza Harris Giuliano from Kimley Horn will be doing the main presentation, and staff will be on hand to answer any questions afterwards, and we will also come back up for the final recommendation.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for having me today. Eliza Harris Giuliano, Kimley Horn. So we're at a significant milestone on a journey we've been on for some time here. In November of last year, you accepted the evaluation and appraisal report along with the Envision Seminole 2045 Vision Plan report. And now we are looking at the comprehensive plan amendments that are based on those 2 reports. As I mentioned, in addition to the work that we did in 2022 on Envision Seminole 2045, there's been a significant amount of review of these proposed amendments over the course of this year, 3 work sessions with the board, as well as a community meeting and LPA work session and recommendation, which just a summary of major updates. One of the major updates was removing a significant amount of verbiage devoted to issues sections, which were not policy, but did occasionally cause confusion as to whether or not they should be implemented as policy. So those are no longer in the transmitted amendment. We also significantly reorganized the future land use amendment, which I'll review again in a little more detail. We worked with multiple county departments to incorporate regular updates that they wanted to include as part of this process to make sure things were current. I'll talk a little bit more about septic and the rural improvements. We also use this as an opportunity to make minor updates to misspellings, grammar issues, and the names of different departments and staff people within the county. One of the things that was done as part of this update was organizing the different chapters into groups that would help communicate to the community how the comp plan functions. And these 4 major groupings are nature and recreation, community building, administration, and resource management. That doesn't change the policies in those, but just as a way of communicating what their purpose is and how they're related. These are the goals from Envision Seminole 2045. Those are incorporated primarily through the future land use element update. And as you can see, the previous version of the future land use element was based on the 2007 Central Florida Regional Growth Vision. The proposal is very much still aligned with that, but is more specific to the county's vision based on the work that we did in 2022 with Envision Seminole 2045, and has been reorganized accordingly. We also saw this as an opportunity to really make the organization a little more clear for users. We went from having one goal, which is a lot of water for one goal to carry everything that the community wants to see for the future land use element. That is now 7 different goals, 4 of which directly relate to Envision Seminole 2045, and then the last 3 relate to existing places, coordination of investments, and property rights. While this ends up being a looks like a complete new element based on the transmittal, it's actually mostly the same policies reorganized and then targeted introduction of new policies where appropriate based on your input and based on Envision Seminole 2045. The Be Green and Protect Wildlife vision goals were combined into one goal for wildlife, natural resources, and sustainability, focused on protecting the wildlife and scenic beauty, as well as human health within the county, and preserving and enhancing natural habitats, sustainable management of vital natural resources, including air, water, energy, and land. Some specific objectives were added to better support that goal. There was reorganization throughout the document, but also within this element to improve clarity. That included moving historical and archaeological resources out of this goal to existing places, since that's really dealing with a different set of issues. And several new policies were added, including one specifically addressing habitat, wildlife habitat, dark skies, and green building policies, all of which we've discussed in more depth previously. We coordinated with the sanitary element on making sure that the county's comprehensive plan was consistent with the new House Bill 1379, which requires which has stronger requirements for sanitary sewer systems on lots less than or equal to 1 acre. 2 vision goals, grow walkable and support active lifestyles, were combined into Grow Walkable and Active Places, which focuses on efficient use of land, providing housing choices, and supporting a vibrant economy within a multimodal framework. The focus here was consolidating and updating language about walkable places. There was already a significant amount of language and policies generally supportive of this within the comprehensive plan, but we consolidated it to be clearer on what the objectives were, as well as making some targeted updates to the mixed use and urban centers and corridors programs. Finally, maintain rural places, directly translated into a new goal for the comprehensive plan. This one focused on supporting rural lifestyles and landscapes, rural character, and cultivating agricultural and resource-based businesses, with objectives fleshing that out in more detail regarding rural character, economic viability of rural uses, existing rural neighborhoods, and natural resources. New policies include a rural enclave policy. This policy provides a framework for how rural enclaves would be identified and administered, but specific studies will be required to actually designate any piece of land as a rural enclave. We made targeted revisions to the cluster development policies, mainly cleaning that up, clarifying the difference between planned developments and rural clusters. The changes to the rural cluster and density policies were really just to clarify what the existing status quo is, rather than making significant changes to what's allowed now. Finally, the 2 other goals that I'm not going to go into as much detail on are enhancing existing places. That collects primarily existing policies around historic and archaeological resources, protection of residential neighborhoods, as well as other issues such as nonconforming uses. And then the property rights element remains basically unchanged from what's already in the future land use element. And with that, I'll hand it over to staff.
Thank you.
Okay, the requested action is that staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners authorize transmittal of year-based amendments to the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan, amending the text and exhibits of the capital improvements, conservation, drainage, future land use, housing, implementation, intergovernmental coordination, introduction, potable water, preface, property rights, public school facilities, recreation and open space, sanitary sewer, solid waste, and transportation elements as required by Chapter 163.3191 Florida statutes to the Florida Department of Commerce. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? We've been through this a few times. Commissioner Herr?
Are you going to take public input?
I am.
I'm going to make a motion, so.
All right, let me get to public.
We've heard about this 7,000 times.
process.
Let's do this thing.
Do we have any public comments?
No, sir.
Congratulations, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Herr, you're up.
Move to approve staff to transmit the ear-based amendments.
Second. Any further discussion?
Are you seconding?
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm just trying to move it along. Any further comments or questions? Nope. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item is number 50, public hearing to adopt resolution confirming the non-ad valorem capital assessment for Lake Linden Lake Management MSBU. This will be Michael Eason, Jr. Mr. Eason, good to see you this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you as well. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, County Manager, County Attorney. My name is Michael Eason, Jr., here on behalf of the MSBU program representing the Department of Resource Management. The Lake Linden Lake Management Services, MSBU, which is located within Commission District 5, was created in 2021 and included funding provisions for specific public services to be provided in 2 phases. The purpose of this public hearing item is to finalize the capital assessment for Lake Linden Phase 1 services according to the provisions set forth by Ordinance 2021-40. Based on actual project costs of $84,062 and county funding assistance of $20,000, the cost allocated for collection by non-ad valorem assessment is $64,062. This new amount reflects a reduction from the preliminary cost estimate of, at the time, $113,500. And accordingly, the annual capital assessment per assessed property is reduced from the preliminary estimated assessment, which at that time was $966 per waterfront unit, with the revised allocation of $599.66 per waterfront unit. The owners of the assessed properties have the option of paying the capital assessment in full at any time without financing fees following filing of the final rate resolution, or by participating in the installment payment plan offered by the county. The installment plan consists of 15 scheduled annual payments to be billed and collected by the Seminole County tax collector via the annual property tax bill, with the first installment billing to be included on the 2024 tax roll. Following public input, the requested action is to authorize the approval and authorize the chairman to execute a final rate resolution confirming the non-ad valorem capital assessment for Lake Linden Lake Management Services, MSBU, for completed Phase 1 services at actual cost. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Eason. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any public comment cards?
No, sir.
Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Herr, this is your district.
Move to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second.
Motion and second by Lockhart. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, like signs. Hearing none, carries unanimously. Next item is item 51, review and adopt amendments to the solid waste ordinance, Chapter 235, to include clarifications, updates to definitions in line with industry standards and practices. Kim Ornberg. And
Well,
company.
actually, today you'll be hearing from me, Oliver Bond, Solid Waste Division Manager. Good afternoon, everyone. So today we'll be looking at revisions to the solid waste ordinance. Some background history. The solid waste ordinance, Chapter 235, were adopted in 1990. They cover solid waste franchise and residential service, regulation of waste generation, waste certificates of public convenience necessity, waste collection and disposal, and in 2008, the addition of debris removal from private streets, roadways, and private property. There have been some minor revisions to the ordinance in 2014, but this is the first comprehensive revision since the ordinance inception in 1990 and came at County Council's recommendation. The proposed changes primarily is update to legal terms throughout the ordinance, bringing them up to date from the council recommendations, update legal definitions to align with current terminology, update insurance requirements. This is removing the specific insurance requirements from the ordinance and leaving those with risk management and environmental services so that amendments aren't needed as insurance requirements change. And finally, the last part of this is extending the duration of the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity to a 5-year term. Currently, this is annual and they expire at September each year. And the 5-year term was requested as that falls in line with FDEP's schedules. We would still retain the same abilities to revoke COPCNs, and we would still expect the annual reporting and insurance requirements. So those would remain unchanged, and we would still have the ability to revoke the COPCN in the event those are not met. So we are requesting the approval and adoption of changes to the Ordinance Amendment Chapter 235, Solid Waste, to include legal terms and definitions, insurance requirements, and extend COPCN agreements to 5 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Stand by in case there's any questions. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Any public comment cards? None on this. We'll close the public comment and hearing portion. I do have a comment. If you all haven't been to the landfill recently, and you have been maybe in the last few years, I will tell you this gentleman has done wonders with our solid waste and our landfill. It's like a different place. So thank you for that, and good work, and good work to your staff, and Kim, good oversight. Sincerely, huge difference. And by the way, there's a lot of eagles out there. So it's
Thank
good
you for your
stuff.
comments. I'll just give a lot of credit to Ronnie Hope, our operations manager. He's been a huge driver for the change out there. So
Good stuff.
thank you all.
Thank you.
I can
All right.
honestly say I don't get out to the landfill often, but the last time I was there was before Mr. Bond was here, and so it sounds like a field trip is in order.
Absolutely. Yeah. We should do a retreat out there.
Oh, yeah.
Just a thought.
Want to do a
All right.
scavenger hunt too?
Yeah, we can do that. Board action. Commissioner Constantine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the board adopt amendments to the solid waste ordinance, Chapter 235, to include clarifications, updates, definitions, and align with the industry standards and practices, insurance requirements, and extending the duration of the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity.
Second.
Motion by Constantine, second by Commissioner Lockhart. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. We'll stand on break until 3:15, y'all. 10 minutes.
Everybody wants a cigarette.
Silenced. Any electronic devices are silenced. We appreciate it. We're back in session. We will begin with the county attorney's report. Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few updates for you today. With regard to the PFAS class action, I just wanted to give you a general update that my office and county staff has been working with outside counsel to collect data from the county's wells and water sources. We've sent data to the outside counsel for them to analyze in context of the class action to determine whether the county is eligible for recovery. So in the coming weeks, probably in the new year, we're going to be requesting briefings with each of you to give you a more detailed update when we have more information. And then another update on the Brandon Blake animal cruelty case. Last Thursday, Mr. Blake accepted a no-contest plea on multiple charges of cruelty to animals. He signed a plea agreement where he will be sentenced, or he was sentenced, to 2 years jail time with 328 days time served, followed by 5 years of probation. He has many conditions applied to his probation. Most notably, he must forfeit all rights to the dogs that were rescued as part of the investigation. You'll recall, I think we have around 40 dogs in the county's custody as a result of that investigation that have not been able to be fostered or adopted out because of the pending criminal case. So now that that's concluded, hopefully the county's custody petition for those dogs can be dismissed and Animal Services can do their good work in making sure those dogs are matched with suitable homes. Also, part of his probation is that he is not allowed during the probation period to have any pets or animals in his possession at any time. He may not reside with any person for any amount of time that has animals, keeps animals, cares for animals. So during the 5-year probation, Mr. Blake is prohibited from coming into contact with animals altogether. And I think that's a great result, and I just wanted to let you know about that.
Thank you very much. Question, he will also be entered on the Animal Abuse Registry?
Absolutely, pursuant to our new policy.
Perfect. Commissioner Lockhart?
I want to thank Kate and all of the members of the county attorney staff who have seen this through from the legal perspective, and many thanks to the folks at the Animal Services team. They have personally had to witness and deal with unmentionable abuse cases in the last year or two that have just been horrifying. And so thank you, Alan, to your team. I hope this is something that they will feel some sort of fulfillment in seeing this happen. And then another huge thank you to Commissioner Herr, because if it was not for her commitment and her passion about this specific group of animals in this case, and seeing this through, and her dogged persistence, I don't think we would have had the outcome that we had. So thank you, Commissioner Herr.
You're welcome.
Anyone
All
else?
of that. No, I
I
can't
would
talk
just-
without crying, so no.
Understood. Well, I want to thank my fellow commissioners in this vein for several things. One, having the fortitude to press on with this case, number one. Number two, to have the foresight to adopt the Animal Cruelty Registry and make sure that gets in place. And of course, the puppy mills that were done, as an ordinance here in the county. We have a lot to be proud of there as far as looking after our animals. And of course, all the volunteers and our Animal Services people, the great work that you all are doing doesn't go unseen. So thank you all very much. All right, next up is going to be the county manager's report.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you very much. I'd like to bring up Mr. Richter from our Parks and Recreation Department, the Director. As you know, we had I don't call it a hearing, but a presentation with the Art Committee up in Tallahassee regarding the Florida Forever application on the Yarborough property. So I wanted to ensure that you were all up to date on everything that's going on with this application. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Durr.
Good afternoon. For the record, Richard Durr, Parks and Recreation Department Director. And very, very briefly, for all those that are here or working at home and tuning in, this began back in April when the county submitted the Florida Forever application. Over that time, throughout the course of this year, there have been different milestones in the process, including state presentations to the state ARC, or the Acquisition and Restoration Council. You'll hear the term ARC used repeatedly through the course of this presentation. We had a site evaluation team here in June who went out on the property, spent about a half a day working with staff and the existing owners. In addition to that, as you remember, we instituted, or at least got going, two different state appraisals done. On October the 19th, we received the results of both of those appraisals. And just to put those out there, one of the appraisals came back at $34.7 million. The other one came back at $34.94 million. So those were the two numbers that came back from the appraisals. So that led us to, and we had our meeting back on the 10th of October, and that brings us to today. So on Thursday and Friday of last week, the Florida Forever ARC meeting over the course of those 2 days, and I was in attendance to both. The first meeting resulted in public comment, where I was able to add just a few more items regarding our application and beseeching the ARC to please vote for a priority, the highest priorities they could for this particular project. And then on Friday morning, the 8th, is when the ARC, among other items on their agenda, went ahead and ranked the different applications. The Yarborough property application ranked 26th in the partnerships and regional incentives category. Now, one of the things that we did find out when we took a look at the agenda item is that there were 6 different pots, if you will, of project types. There were 128 different projects in this cycle that were evaluated. These were populated, we believe, by excuse me, I almost said county staff, state staff. This is their language, if you will, on how to subdivide those particular projects. So in our category specifically, the partnerships and regional incentives, there were 36 individual projects. So again, over those 6 different pots, 128 projects. They were very happy when they got to the end, because apparently this is not an easy thing for them to do, and I don't envy them that as well. Once the rankings, however, were completed, they moved directly on to other business. So we had lots of questions. So when the meeting was over, we went ahead and got with state staff to get a briefing on, all right, what's the next step? How do we understand what this means, how it means in the overall system of the Florida Forever program, and so forth. So a number of things just to note that we received from staff in our discussion. That, number one, this is a new project. Sometimes they get a lower ranking to allow older projects to move up in rank. And no telling on where some of these other projects have come from. Some of these have been around for years, but that's where we were in the overall scheme of things. We are on the approved Florida Forever list. That is the bottom line here. So this is an approved project by Florida Forever ARC. The priority ranking is only one of the determining factors. So this does not mean that we have to wait for 25 other projects ahead of us before they get to our project. That's not how the ranking system works, according to the way state staff had discussed this. Knowing that we're also part of the Florida Wildlife Corridor, it is just one of the many determinants, but it does not have its own separate application process. So we'll get to what that means in a second. And then funding can be appropriated for the corridor by the legislature. That's part of the message. But really, the number one factor that we were told from staff is we have a willing seller. And that goes a long way towards the application and moving this entire project forward. Staff encouraged us to continue to move forward, especially working with the state's Bureau of Real Estate Services. We had the 2 appraisals already done, so we can provide that information to the State Real Estate Service, and to keep the project and the discussion moving forward. So here's what happens over the next couple of months. staff at Florida Forever will put together their work plan for 2024. And again, this, while it does include the rankings that came from the ARC, it also includes other, and I hate to use air quotes, additional information which we are not privy to that will be part of that work plan as staff continues to work through the process. On February 9th, they will then present the work plan to the ARC, but not as a vote. This is for informational purposes to show this is where staff is going with the approved plan. In March, the Florida Forever work plan then goes to the Board of Trustees. And those are really, that's where they take the entire list and start to break down how the list gets funded going forward. So from there on, once the Board of Trustees has voted and dollars have been added to the program, then the acquisition of properties can begin. So again, what staff was trying to tell us was, do not stop, continue going forward. The more you're able to get done working with the real estate folks, the better position you'll be as you continue to move the process forward. They did mention during the course of this past year that there was, in particular, a project that was low on a ranking sheet that jumped ahead because they had a willing seller ready to go. So that is a big deal for the Florida Forever folks going forward. So the recommendation we're bringing to you at staff level is to continue working forward with the Florida Forever process. We'll continue to work with the State's Bureau of Real Estate Services and with the willing seller prior to the Board of Trustees vote in March so that we can have the best possible application ready for their vote. And that's the end of my presentation.
And if I could just add,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
if I could just add a few things. And as you know, when we were going through this process, I know Commissioner Lockhart was with me in Tallahassee when we started knocking on doors when we originally went up there the first time. The whole purpose and I guess a huge success of this would be to get on the list in the beginning. That's right. And we could not ask, for the state to purchase this if we're not on the list. And usually this process takes 2 years, they told us. We actually, with the help, I know with all of you and all of our partners, were able to fast track this to get it through the process, and we were, in a huge accomplishment. I not only want to thank Rick and his team, but, all of us, because I know there's a lot of us who put a lot of effort into this, is to get this fast track, get it on the state's radar, and actually go through the process really quick. If you remember, we put in this application couple days before the deadline. If you remember, we thought we were going to wait about 6 months, but you all encouraged us to go ahead and do that, so we've done that. And a huge accomplishment, again, is that we are on the list. We went back and looked, as Mr. Durr said, looked at projects. Just because we're ranked 26 does not mean they will not fund it. They have funded projects through, pulled from the list for different reasons, as Mr. Durr mentioned. So just wanted to say that's a success so far. We're on the list.
Great, good work. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, do we have any public comment?
We do. First will be David Axel and then Charles Lee.
Okay, how many do we have there?
We have 4 total.
Okay, let's get those two lined up. Mr. Axel, are you speaking as a citizen or representing a party?
I am, this is David Axel, Axel Real Estate, 1757 West Broadway Street, Suite 1, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the owners of Creekside Acres, Tract 3, that's Edward Yarborough Ranches and some associated trusts.
Okay. You'll be given 6 minutes.
Thank you. So I appreciate the time to be here, so good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Back in December of 2022, this property that had been under contract reached a juncture in that deal where we saw an opportunity to take the property off the market and come to the county and provide an opportunity for public acquisition. At that time, we knew full well the best shot for the biggest pot of money was Florida Forever, but the concern was that process is extraordinarily time-consuming. We also had the issue of an ongoing appeal to the Board of County Commissioners that delayed things. That got resolved, and we came back in April, and I appreciate your direction at that time. You directed your staff, go ahead and get this application in, and we worked with them, and you see where we are today. And I really want to say I appreciate the efforts of the staff, especially Rick. We've had lots of meetings and conversations in the intervening time. So here we are today, and what list are we on? Partnerships and regional incentives. And we're also at a juncture where it's now been roughly a year since the family took this property off the market. While they are quite interested in preservation, their desire is to sell the property. So we think we can accomplish two things today. I have in front of you a letter agreement that provides an option, and I'll tell you why, and what we're looking for today is your direction on that letter. So basically, the family is looking for a financial commitment, and the state's looking for a financial commitment. So the family, with some feedback, we were looking for a commitment to close on this deal by June, but given the Florida Forever situation, and given, quite frankly, that the chairman of the Board of Trustees is running for president, there might be a few delays that we experience along the way, and we have extended that to December of 2024. So basically, for a $3.4 million commitment, the specifics of which would be determined and come back to a vote in January of 2024, the family will agree to keep the property off the market and continue to work with your staff toward a Florida Forever acquisition through the end of 2024. We did provide ways to extend that twice, all the way through the end of December 2026. They take more financial commitment and so forth, but we wanted to make sure, given the vagaries of how these lists work, that there's enough time for this to proceed if you make a commitment. So just to make it clear to everybody, we had a willing buyer at the end of 2022. We've had them waiting in the wings since. We now have several that are ready to make financial commitments. It's been surmised by some that in the presence of appeals from some of the neighborhood groups that no one would do that. That's far from the truth. So we're sitting back with an extraordinarily rare product, which kind of is the double-edged sword. 300 homes in a rural area. There's an approved PSP. We've submitted final engineering because we don't yet have a commitment, and until, if the county proceeds with this, an option is exercised, there's still not a commitment, and we need to maintain the value of this property and support those two appraisals that Rick told you about. So basically today, we're asking if there's sufficient support among the 5 folks up here today, the county commissioners, to commit $3.4 million to get that year, prove to the state that the county's a real partner that's committed, which moves things up the rankings, and allow the family the comfort of knowing we've got a real deal in the works and a real commitment. Failing that, my direction, if this doesn't work out tonight, and I understand it may not, this afternoon, I'm sorry, we're going to go to those folks that have been sitting waiting. Because we've, like I said, provided this year. It's been a long, difficult time during this year. There's been a death in the family. It's quite a difficult thing. And I'm here to answer any questions from the board, and if there's any concerns raised by the public speakers that you'd like me to address, I'm here to do that also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Axel. Any questions of Mr. Axel at this juncture? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next.
So next is Charles Lee, and then it will be Nancy Harmon and David Bear.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Charles Lee, Director of Advocacy of Audubon, Florida. Audubon, Florida, and myself for Audubon, Florida, have been working with the Florida Forever process for a long time. Beginning in the 1990s, we worked with its predecessor, Preservation 2000. And so we've been through these rodeos quite a few times before. And I can tell you with assurance that in particular, with regard to the partnership subcategory in which you are located, a key factor is going to be as to the speed with which this progresses. Does the state perceive that they have a real and viable partner that is also supporting this project? And you could do nothing more significant for that March meeting than to commit to an option contract. Now, what is the due diligence you'd ought to be thinking about? Well, clearly, the first level is there a possibility that the property will be purchased or purchasable for the $34 million, which is what the option agreement portends? You have the answer to that question. The answer is in the two appraisals that are in your hands. This is a project that is able to fly under the appraisal-driven constrictions of the state acquisition program. So the bottom line is that you will be in no better position to get this project expedited. You could be in no better position to get this project expedited than to go ahead with an option agreement as is being proposed by the landowner. This is the way that many of the major projects have been brought in for a landing. You will be nothing different, doing nothing different than what has been commonly done by organizations such as the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Lands, where they put some resources on the table to pin down a definitive price that is able to be purchased as it is associated with the appraisals that are coming out of the Florida Forever process. This is the fast track to get an answer, and I think the likelihood of getting an answer by the end of the year with the funding that is currently in the coffers of the Florida Forever program, with the additional funding that is injected into that by the special appropriations that have been added for the Florida Wildlife Corridor. This is a hole in the donut in the Florida Wildlife Corridor. This has an excellent chance of getting to the finish line by the end of this year. The final thing I'll say is this is not only a hole in the donut in the Florida Wildlife Corridor. It is a hole in the donut in your entire rural protection plan. If this property were to go in the direction of rooftops, the bottom line is it is not going to be a good signal with regard to the ability to hold the line elsewhere in the rural area. Lots of reasons to get this done. And I recommend that you move toward action in January to finalize an option agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any questions for Mr. Lee? Next, Ms. Harmon, welcome.
Hi. Nancy Harmon, representing Geneva Citizens Association.
6 minutes.
752 Pioneer Way, Geneva, Florida. I'd like for you, as a commission, to consider the offer that Mr. Axel has put on the table for the purchase of the property. I'm not going to restate what Charles has said because he said it better than I could ever say it. But, you know, I'll say it in a real down-to-earth redneck way. Grease the palm. Put the money in the palm. Let's get it started showing that our county is committed to this purchase to the state. By doing such a thing, it does show our commitment to the state that we do intend to participate in the process. It also tells the Seminole County residents that what we speak for and stand for as the natural choice is what this commission is all about. I recognize it's a lot of money. I recognize there's a maintenance tail that goes along with this. But nothing good is ever not, nothing that's worth money is not worth putting out the effort. The maintenance of this property that people talk about, this big tail, there's no tail to acreage that's sitting that would just be a part of a natural resource for water flow, for protection of water, for protection of wildlife. It's a gate and a fence. And you've got the Florida Wildlife Protection Forces, FWC, who manage that. From the standpoint of our roads and our quality of life, we would not see additional traffic. We've had accidents every day this week in our area, serious accidents. I can't even begin to imagine what it would be like with more residents out there. It's just, I can't even think about it. But again, I ask you to consider what's been put in front of you. to take your time to look at it, to also allow the staff, Darren's team, Rick Durr, to continue to work with the state. I'm very interested in what the process is. It was not stated what Richard would be doing, but knowing what Charles just said, having my government experience, I know the early bird gets the worm. And if our commission, David Axel and the Yarborough family work diligently with the state, I believe the state will purchase this land because they've got the money and they need to spend it. Anytime you're a government organization and you have money, you need to spend it, because if you don't, it gets taken away from you or somebody else gets it. So again, I'm asking that you would seriously consider the plan that has been presented, discuss it, negotiate it, do the things that need to be done, but let's show our commitment to the state of Florida that we too want to be a part of this process and save this land and protect our rural community, and to also give the community an opportunity to see wildlife in its natural state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Mr. Bear is next, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. I certainly endorse what Mr. Lee and Ms. Harmon said. David Baer, 921 Tuscaloosa Trail, President of Save Rural Seminole and Lake Tuscaloosa Association.
6 minutes, if needed.
Won't be needed, but as Ms. Harmon was speaking, it sounded to me a perfect opportunity for Milton Friedman's famous quote, "There's no such thing as a free lunch," which is to say we all are on the same page here. We all want this land preserved for conservation. And sometimes that goal, or any goal, is not free. You have to do a little something to get it. You can't just hope for somebody else, in this case the state, to carry all the water. You have to do something yourself. So I and the vast majority of the residents are incredibly excited that we are well on the path to getting to that goal. Very well. And the county has done yeoman's work in getting it done quickly, on the list, far on the way. The alternative to that path, where this land is developed, undermines our county's goals and is very disruptive to the rural boundary goals, as been articulated, which the citizens and the county have fought for very hard, in court, out of court, here, elsewhere. The county has done lots of work for a long time to achieve that goal. And if you fight for something for a long time, you should continue to persevere towards that goal. The county has the opportunity to secure the pathway for Florida Forever to acquire this land. It's a wonderful opportunity, and the county should take that opportunity. There's a cost to secure that opportunity. It's clear, however, that the very investment of that cost by the county is what gets the property from being on the ARCS list to being approved by the Board of Trustees and acquired. That's, ironic isn't quite the term, but the very thing that I know makes some of you hesitant and have some consternation is the very thing that gets this land acquired. That investment that makes this not a free lunch. You all have some concerns, and I understand them, and you guys are all certainly stewards of the county's money. But I implore you, don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. The perfect solution for the county would be, yes, the state takes care of it all, we don't have to pay anything. That would be perfect. The perfect is not always an option. And if we don't take action here, I fear that there will not be an option to preserve this anymore. And so I don't think the perfect is available for us, where we don't have to pay anything. I think the county has to put some ante into the game, and as a result of doing that, the pathway that's been started will finish, this land will be acquired, and the goals we've all been fighting for will be further secured. So I encourage you all to very seriously consider and hopefully approve the proposal that is being put forth here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dominic, any further
No,
public requests? So we'll close the public comment. Thank you, Mr. Durr, for that presentation. This is my district, so I would like to have a few minutes to try to get direction for our staff on this issue and make some comments. First, I want to apologize to the Yarborough family. on some statements that have been said in this chambers as well as in social media that have attacked the family, alleging certain things that just simply are not true. This family has ample money to pay their taxes. That has been a question. They've not asked us to pay their taxes. There is already been a study done on this land. There are no buried bodies of a Civil War African-American soldier. There's no evidence of a African-American woman and its child being buried on this property. So I apologize to the Yarborough family for that. Unfortunately, Miss Aunt Majean's not here to make that apology directly. And I think that the question I have for my fellow commissioners, I think all of you know where I stand on this, but the question is, do we believe this property should be put into preservation? Yes or no? I mean, it's that simple.
You want us to answer that?
Give me an answer. Just give me direction. Do you feel this property should go into preservation?
I'll be a yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
Well, I love the ultimatum approach, so I'll give you more than a yes or no. Number one, this is entitled land dating back decades. The land that was already put into preservation was what caused the contemplation of the entitlement to this land. So to say that allowing these 300 homes to be built would, completely destroy the rural character, all of that was contemplated in the first ruling around this. So that's not to say that taking it a little further and putting it into preservation is not acceptable, but to sort of damn what was done in the past is also not in my DNA. I will say that I don't love the idea of putting $3.4 million that's non-refundable if the Florida Forever thing falls through. Literally, I don't know how I explain that to a taxpayer when they say because, armchair quarterbacking is an awesome thing. You have clear line of sight at the point that the decision is made of, I think if I were a tax-paying citizen, my question would be, what the hell were you thinking? That would be my question. So this is an extremely difficult position to be put in. And I appreciate the family, that it's the next generation, and there's lots of folks, and you want to move on, and I get all of that too, but it's a tough question. So let's play this through.
So
Where
my
are you getting the
question.
money?
So that's not my question.
But I get to ask one too.
You can, but my question is, notwithstanding the history of this property, notwithstanding who's paying for it, how it's going to be paid for, and whether it's ever going to be paid for, do you believe this property should be in preservation?
I could go either way, to be very honest with you. And you all know I am never the one that's wobbly.
Sure.
I always am this or this, this or this.
I'm not asking the question, should we buy it? I'm simply asking, do we believe this property should be in preservation?
I believe that if the state were to buy it, it should be put in preservation.
Okay.
You want me to answer it?
If you got an answer.
I have an answer, and when we get to the right point, there are several things I want to state, but I have no problem. This piece of property, I think it's very vital to be put into preservation, either by the state or the county or a combination thereof.
Okay. Commissioner Lockhart?
I've been very clear in my position on this every time we've talked about it.
Okay.
So, I think preservation's great. I don't think the county's equipped. I don't think we have the money. I don't think we have the ability to maintain it. I think if the public thinks that we're going to spend $34.7 million without negotiating that, and we're just going to be told that this is the price and take it or leave it, that's not in my DNA, talking about DNA. If the public thinks that there's not going to be any public access to this, I think that would be another huge change in some people's opinions of whether or not, hearing that there will be no maintenance, you just put a gate up. I don't think $34.7 million of taxpayer money should be spent on something that the taxpayers don't have access to. I've heard differing opinions about this $3.4 million and whether or not the state would look at it as a positive or a negative. Because frankly, I've heard both. I've heard that the state would not see a reason to get in the game if the county's in the game. If there's already another purchaser and it's going to be preserved, why does the state need to spend their money? They can go buy other properties that are on that list. I've also been told that the pressure of development is actually one of the things that is a positive for the state looking at this, that pressure of development, while it may make some people nervous, is actually a benefit in a backward way. When I had the privilege of sitting with Mr. Gray and Tracy Dean with the family out on the ranch many, many months ago when Mrs. Yarborough was still with us, we talked about this process and the protracted nature of it. And the fact that we have made such great strides in such a short period of time, I think is remarkable. And I would hate to see this urgency to do something in the middle of this process that may salve some, S-A-L-V-E, while it may make some feel better, it could screw it up unintentionally, and I don't want to do that. As far as whether or not just basically yes or no, regardless who owns the property, should it be put in preservation, I could go either way as well. I think, this county has more acreage in preservation, depending on who you talk to, than is appropriate, frankly. There's differing opinions on that. Will 300 houses on 1,500 acres ruin the rural area? I don't think so. I think it would have been a lot better if there had been 300 houses with a water plant, but we sabotaged that. And so now if there are 300 houses, there are going to be 300 holes in the ground and 300 wells. That's not good for the environment. But, there's a lot of different opinions about this, and there's a lot of different players in the game, and everyone has a different agenda. And I don't mean agenda in a bad way. The family has an agenda that is theirs, and it's unique. And this is their family property that they have had for generations, and they deserve to sell it. The family has been asked over the years to delay the process for political purposes. And I think that's unconscionable. And so now here they are, waiting again, being asked to wait again, and I understand why there may be some negative, hard feelings about that. I would have hard feelings about that too. I think the fact that we are being asked to do something very quickly, on the fly, without negotiation, is a huge red flag for me. And so that's where I'm at.
Mr. Constantine? If it's a simple yes or no, that'll get me to my next question, which I think some of us have already answered.
God, I hate doing just a yes or no, especially when others have had so much time to articulate their things. And I am one that disagrees with Commissioner Lockhart that I think we need a lot more land in preservation to protect our ecosystem and keep it healthy. Saying that, everything in my DNA, I'll just answer your question this way. Everything, as long as you say you've got another question that I can answer. Everything in my DNA says, yes, we should put this in preservation. But I do have concerns about how quickly we're talking about doing this without any negotiations prior to it.
Okay. So my next question is, and I think it's already been answered by a couple of our commissioners, if we believe this should go into preservation, should the county take any steps to accommodate it going into preservation?
I think we already have taken steps to accommodate it going into preservation.
Well, here's the problem.
You're wanting additional steps.
Well, no. This board has met and given direction to staff to spend money to get appraisals figure out what it is, go down the road and do due diligence. The ranch and the family's allowed us to do our due diligence, but we haven't moved forward. We're not a partner. It's on a partnership list. There is no partner. There is no legal partner. There's no contract that says this county is a partner, or for that matter, anybody's a partner. So in the purest sense, all I'm asking is, do you believe the county should do anything to assure it stays in preservation? And I think that everything is to consider this agreement that's been put in front of us today, which is numbers that have been talked about for at least 6 months.
Maybe with some of us, but not all of us.
Well, we've had work sessions about this. We've been briefed in our offices. At least my office has been briefed. So that's the ultimate question. Should the county do anything to try to put it in preservation? And it's a simple yes or no, so the family can move on. The family can, if it's a no, then in my mind, we're done. The family can go do whatever they like. If it's a yes, then I think the option or the question is, do we proceed with the offer that's on the table?
Let you go first.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Constantine.
Okay. With all my heart, I want this property in preservation. I think it's the right move. I think it's the right thing to do. We have made one step after another in pushing forward with the Florida Forever program. And I've dealt with the Florida Forever program as much as Charles has over the years. And I will tell you, the fact of the matter is it's not a quick process. Everything that we've done to this point has proven that this county is a partner and wants to be a partner. You know, I mean, we knew going into this process that it would probably take 2 years, at least, to buy this property. I'm happy to continue to go forward, and I think what I perceive as the next step is moving to a negotiation. Okay, I've been in real estate since my early 20s. It's where I've made my living, a lot more than I've ever made it in public. And I got to tell you that real estate transactions are arm's length negotiations. This was handed to me and all of us, I believe, in the last couple of days. I would certainly like our staff to get into this and to sit down with, again, we've asked our county manager to bring back a Plan B and a Plan C already. I still haven't seen the Plan B or the Plan C. So I'm not critical, I'm just saying I want to see the Plan B and the Plan C. I firmly believe that Florida Forever will buy this property. I truly believe that they know we've got a willing partner, a willing seller, and that we are going to move forward on this. The question is timing. If we go down the road in March or whatever, and we're talking right now January, we go down this program and the next step is in March or something, I mean, and we have an alternative B, other than just giving potentially away $3.4 million, I'd go for it. I'll go for it. And I told that to the county manager. I told that to David Axel. I want this property in the hands of the public. But I also want an arm's length negotiation and agreement. And I mean, if it is so necessary that we do it today, then it scares me. I am not one that doesn't want the property purchased. I want the property purchased. I want the property purchased with Florida Forever. I would be willing to buy it as the county if I had a plan in front of me that tells me how we're going to do it. I don't have that plan. I have a letter of understanding by one side saying, here's what you do, or if you don't do it, we're going to go someplace else. And I'm begging them not to go someplace else, but I'm also saying we got to have some sort of agreed negotiation, plan of action, arm's length agreement. And I think in talking to the people of ARC, and I have relationships with a number of them, I truly believe that they want to purchase this. And with a willing seller, they will, it's not going to be number 26 or whatever. We have the governor and cabinet, as the Board of Trustees, has over the last number of years taken things that they can buy now and purchase them. And they've got the money. And if we show that, and all we've done with all the money we have spent, and we have spent, in appraisals and everything else, and sending our staff up there and doing all the stuff and having meetings with them, we've shown we'll be a willing partner. And I don't mind putting money into this when I have an agreement in front of all of us. Mr. Axel keeps talking about contracts. I don't know what those contracts consists of. I don't know whether one of the companies is saying if we get 500 units or if we do this or if we do that. I don't know what their due diligence is on this because we have no access to that. So in my opinion, just to finish, in my opinion, I want to purchase this property. I want to do what you want to do, Mr. Chairman, as far as get this property in public. I want to do what I believe the Commissioner Delory has said. I even think that, and I appreciate that where Commissioner Lockhart has come from the beginning. I know Commissioner Herr is right now considering both sides, but what I'm saying is I want this to be done on a fast track, give our county managers, bring it back, put it on a situation that says by March we'll have a plan of action and we'll know more about Florida Forever and we can sit there and then talk about money. I don't even know if the $3.4 million is the right amount to do it. So that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Delory, you had your hand up?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Constantine, I appreciate your comments, and I understand where everyone's coming from. This piece of property has more than a unique opportunity. It's truly a unique opportunity, not just for the county, but for future generations. You talk about the ecosystem that's out there, the aquifer, you talk about the wildlife corridor. It just goes on and on and on. It's right up against the Econ River. It's a large portion of it is over the Geneva Bubble. It's in the rural boundary. It checks all the boxes. We heard from their representative, Mr. Axel. If we don't move forward with an option, this is what I think I heard him today say, that his client, which is the Yarborough family, is going to be selling this property within the next day or so. So do we tie this property up with an option and ask our staff to bring back a contract as what we've been told sometime in January? That's the question. I think it is we move forward. I think we move forward to tie this property up with an option. As we were told that this is on the regional partnership list, if we really want to show the regional partners, we have to put skin in the game. I think a couple of citizens have said that during the public comments. You're not going to be a regional partner if you don't put skin in the game, if you don't put an option on this property. I truly believe, as you said, that the state will purchase this property, and our part is what the first piece is, the 3.4. And if you really want to protect this property, we need to put an option on this property. Staff needs to bring us back a contract sometime in January. We can ask staff about what the status on that would be, but we have to do something, because if we don't, the property owners, which are Yarborough's family, have been patient, and they will sell to a developer. We've heard that from their representative, Mr. Axel. He's on the record for saying that. And if we wait, we have missed an opportunity. We missed a unique opportunity to set the stage for this wildlife corridor, for the ecosystem, the Geneva bubble, the list goes on and on. We need to move forward, and I truly believe the state will purchase the rest of this. That's the end of my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurd, and then we're going to try to wrap this up.
So can you take it back a slide? The fact of the matter is that I got this letter last night.
4 o'clock, that's when I got mine.
9 last night, so I was the last one to receive Mr. Axel's phone call. So that, but here's the deal. We're being asked to, for the record, we're not being asked to approve this today. In your defense, Mr. Axel, you put a proposal in front of us that's asking us to direct staff to negotiate between now and January and bring it back for approval. We'll know Florida Forever in March. Do I misunderstand this? The Florida Forever Work Plan and Ranking Priority is presented to the Board of Trustees and approved or disapproved, and the acquisitions can begin. So we're being leveraged. And I'm going to say something that's going to be horribly unpopular, and I'm going to look you guys right in the eye when I do it, because that's who I am. I can't imagine being leveraged for 60 days and the risk at this not going into preservation for this vote. I just can't fathom it. But at the end of the day, I also can't imagine that in 30 days we're going to come to some miraculous conclusion as to how it is we're going to fund this. This would have to take some sort of financing. And quite honestly, it would wipe all other purchases out based on the Seminole Forever funding mechanism. We'd have to find other sources, all of that other stuff. So quite frankly, I would very respectfully request, and I don't know that real estate deals happen in a day or two, unless you're at the final stages of negotiation, which would indicate to me that this was never really something that you wanted to do to start out with. So I am literally not cool with being leveraged over 60 days.
Okay, fair enough.
And I think there's more than one way to put skin in the game with Florida Forever. I agree with Commissioner Constantine. It doesn't only come with stroking a non-refundable $3.4 million check.
The palms need to be greased.
And, yeah, and I think the word Nancy was searching for, we're not greasing palms. I think we're, right, priming the pump, skin in the game. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, so I'll try to wrap this up.
Before we move on.
I don't want to wrap this up. I want to make it happen.
Oh, I'm going to wrap it up.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just staff a quick question?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Gray, do we have to borrow the money?
Not for the 3.4, no.
Okay.
I would have to.
Or the $34 million.
That I would have to.
The 3.4 obligates us either to lose the 3.4 or come up with the 34, or whatever the negotiated price is. I'm not conceding to the 34, for the record. But the 3.4 is non-refundable, and I cannot imagine that you're going to get an option that's going to say, oh, we'll give it back if it doesn't work out.
I didn't say that. I just asked about the 3.4.
Right. Let's do full fact disclosure, though, here.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would be more than happy to find a way to make continue this process, is to move this January date to March date after the Florida Forever work plan. And quite frankly, since I think that Florida Forever is going to probably take 2 years, not 1 year, to purchase this, that we extend whatever in giving direction, I'm not trying to negotiate right now, but in giving direction to the county manager to come back and try to negotiate not 1 year sale, but a 2-year sale. And those two things, I would be considerate to move this thing forward, and hopefully we would be able to get those votes to give it back to Mr. Gray to come back to us.
I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying, Commissioner.
Okay, let me try again.
The terms look like they're 3 years.
Yeah.
No, but there's more skin. We don't want to grease our skin. There's more money that would be required if it was extended to 2 years or 3 years. I'm saying I don't want to put any dollar figure in it right now. I want it to come back March with a negotiated agreement and have that for the first step being 2 years. I'm trying to be as clear as I, yeah, the first option would be in 24, December 25, and whatever the price is, and that whatever we come up with will come back in March. Those are things that I would feel comfortable in. I'm not trying to negotiate it at the dais. I am trying to say I want this. But I also understand what Florida Forever and the time it takes to do this, and I'm asking our county manager to bring it back. I would be in favor, not January, but in March, bringing this back, and also with that other consideration.
Can we ask the applicant?
Mr. Axel, are you coming up here to have something to say? I think there's some,
At the pleasure of the board.
I think it's pending questions here. I'm prepared to make a motion, but let's hear from what you may be inquired upon.
So I appreciate everyone's comments, and I appreciate the burden on the commissioners when you talk about 3.4 million you might not get back. But I'd like to clear up some misconceptions. Yes, you may have seen this particular letter just yesterday, but we placed this offer on the table in December of 2022, and we placed this price on the table. We've submitted to your staff numerous times letter agreements, contracts, options, whatever you want to call them, seeking to work out the details. We've come back to this board multiple times, and I've watched as Mr. Gray was told, well, you're already given direction. So it's not as if the family's showing up today with a demand we made yesterday. It's simply not factual. I understand this is difficult. You have a new manager, you have a new attorney. This is a challenging situation. It's a lot of money. We get that. So we've had at bay for a year buyers. We've got a family that watches as we try to move this forward. It's another meeting, another meeting, another meeting. So I just want everyone here to understand today. I appreciate the desire to negotiate. It's what I do for a living. So this is not a demand. This is a question. Will the county commit $3.4 million today? If the answer is no, we have our answer. Now, I can't 100% tell the future, but I know what's in front of me. I know the due diligence on this property is virtually complete. I know there's buyers ready to put up money, or I wouldn't be doing here. This is not some game. The county agrees today to come back in January and vote on the framework that is in that letter, not some difference, okay? I have no authority to negotiate anything different. We're ready to move forward. The state looks positively on a local partner. There's more expertise in this room than I have about that. You heard from Mr. Lee about that. So I'm asking you, please, consider this not as a short-term demand that I just made yesterday. This has been something we've been trying to accomplish for a year. It's challenging. I'm trying to negotiate with the new manager who has 5 bosses who have different views. It's not easy for him. What? He's probably smiling because I just put a little pressure out there. So I just want everyone to understand, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, you're not going to do this. But this is not the 11th hour, and we haven't tried to negotiate. We've tried for an entire year. So that's all I've got, unless there's questions. Thank you for the opportunity to come back up.
Certainly. Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Mr. Axel, I think you know that I want this property.
I understand.
Is there any chance that, what is 60 more days in this process, since we know the same time period is probably going to come through? Why, could you not extend so that Mr. Gray and yourself can come back with an agreement in 60 days?
So here's the problem.
Or in March, I'm sorry.
So just so you understand, okay? First it was, let's wait and see at the August meeting if they put it on the list. Then it was, well, let's wait and see in December of the ranking. Then it becomes, let's wait till March and see what happens. But until the Board of Trustees strokes a check, there's no money. And we're sitting here for a whole year, the family has said to other people, we're working with the county. Now, to be fair, yes, we knew since the beginning, Florida Forever takes a long time. That's why we sought since the beginning money in the game from the county. For whatever reason, here we are today. So 2 more months isn't 2 more months, it's 14 months. And we've pushed other people aside. So this property has an approved preliminary subdivision plan. We submitted, as I stated earlier, the final engineering. We have no concern that the lawsuit in front of the 18th Circuit will resolve at some point in our favor. We had people approach us and said, hey, unless you put up hard money quick, we're not playing. Unless you have skin in the game, just like we're asking the county to do. So what we want is this partnership with the county so that we can provide time to finish out Florida Forever. And I have no authority to say we'll wait till March, but I had a hard time being here today, and I think I had a conference with Commissioner Hare just last week, and I said, I don't know if we're going to be here. The reason was January was a problem because we wanted a vote in November. We wanted a vote in October. We've been trying to get here to provide the county time for a year, and that's really the framework we're under today. So I can't say we're going to do more time, and my direction has been crystal clear. I'm supposed to go to these folks tomorrow, if this doesn't succeed today, and say, bring it on. And, you know, they've already understood the circumstance of the property. They already know what's going on. This is a high-demand piece. Now, I appreciate some of the things said here today. I don't feel this is sprawl. I don't feel this is some horrible thing that'll happen to the rural area. I think this is a model of the way a project can be done in the rural area. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today to ask the 5 of you, are you willing to cement this deal and have this opportunity for Florida Forever? And we're not asking you to commit to $34 million. I appreciate what Commissioner Hare said. You're risking 3.4 for a year. And then what does it say? It's pretty crystal clear what it says. $8 million, get you another year. $11 million, get you another year. Where did those numbers come from? Simply the 3.4 plus the 8 is a third of the deal. And so we're trying to stretch it out. Commissioner Constantine talks about negotiation. Well, there's 2 factors in real estate deals that matter most: time and money. So we have not changed the money, but we've changed the time. We're saying we'll let this stretch out for a long period of time so that this property can be preserved. We'll give you a way to do that while giving the family the comfort of knowing that they've got a partner who's written a check that takes the heat off from all these other folks coming to me saying, we're ready to write a check today, Dave. Why are you putting us off? We're ready to do this now. And that's really where we stand. I just want everyone to understand there's probably not more time than today. There's just probably not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Axel. Any further inquiries? Commissioner
I don't want
Hur.
to drive you crazy. I have a question for Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee? That's what happens when you hang around too long.
There you go.
I'm going to start calling this the Florida Takes Forever program, but in the Florida Takes Forever program, we are going to be under the muscle on December 12th of 2025 for an additional $8 million. I would presume that their meeting calendar doesn't change from year to year. They're not going to miraculously have decided this should it get pushed from this year to next year by December of next year. It probably happens coincident with this calendar a year from now.
Commissioner Hur, I believe that the speed, what counts is not the meeting days. What counts is what happens between the meeting days. And if you approach the March 2024 meeting day with this option agreement signed, that changes a world of things in terms of the perception of the
So
agency
I'm going to
personnel.
respectfully ask that you just answer my question and not take this as an opportunity to go
Okay.
back to your saying. I was listening, and you know I have utmost respect for you. But let's say that what happens between now and this March doesn't go in our favor. A year from now, in this agreement, which I've just heard, we're probably not pushing dates, I'm going to be faced with the same question, but now it's $8 million. We're having the same conversation again a year from now. And I think the meeting for that to get on the list and what happens between there and that March is going to be this, we're back in this
What happens in-
wash, rinse, and repeat.
You're on the list. What happens in March is the work plan. And the work plan will be responsive to the reality of whether, A, there is a willing seller, and B, since it's on the partnership list, whether there is real partnership. And if those questions are answered in the affirmative by the time that they meet in March, it is very likely that this can be concluded by the governor and cabinet as the Board of Trustees voting before the end of 2024. If there are ambiguities going into March and other projects that are also on that partnership lists are moving ahead of yours because they do get option agreements in place, that puts you further and further behind. And so the question, what the staff that will make recommendations are going to be looking at is which projects are realistically positioned as partners with some funding from the partner behind it, and which ones aren't. And given the fact they have limited staff to work, they will be working on the ones where the price of the property has been answered by an option agreement, that price being within the bounds of the two appraisals that the law requires that it be within the bounds of. So you will, I guess what I would say is, you will sort of rocket to the head of the pack in terms of the ones that the staff will be working on if you have the option agreement and you have a defined price, because that answers most of the questions that they have to put it on an agenda of the trustees.
I'm just going to ask this question one more time in the very small hope that I get it answered. Let's say that we don't get it through this year, for whatever reason, whether we were a partner or not a partner, we throw in the 3.4 right now, but it still doesn't make the final cut between now and next year, 2025. This timetable is going to match, except I'm going to change those dates to 2025. That's all I'm asking. It's a yes or no.
If it doesn't, then you're going to be faced with the question of whether to put up the additional money.
When? When will they make their decisions in 2025? I'm going to assume it's the same time frame. This is when they do this every year.
It will be a similar set of meetings.
Got it.
Approaching next year.
Got it. I think that's very valuable information for you to have, because I can guarantee you $8 million is a whole hell of a lot harder to spend than 3.4 on the chance that it doesn't come through in the following year. Do with it what you may.
Okay. Question for Commissioner Lockhart.
I have a question for Mr. Durr. Is it your perception that the partnership that the state is looking for is only in the form of a cash participation from this county? Or do they look at partnerships as other types of?
I'll tell you what I can answer, because I can't necessarily, we've not been given a definitive answer on that, let's put it that way.
That's it.
So yeah, I know, that's a big surprise. However, in our application already, it does state that the level at which we've currently stated at which we're a willing partner, and that's in management of the property after purchase for 2 years. That's what's in the application as it stands. And again, and as it stands, that we ranked where we ranked based on the existing application, so.
My second question, sorry, Mr. Gray.
And I just want to add in, Mr. Durr, correct me if I'm wrong, and we also checked a box that would we be willing to put funding in if asked? I believe there was, and I believe that is the reason why we got put in the category of partnership. Now, and as Commissioner Lockhart knows, because she was in some of those meetings with us, that the staff at Florida Forever, and the reason that we have not moved forward and put dollars in, and I know there's many, many questions of yes, why, no, is because the staff at Florida Forever told us our application would be in jeopardy if we put money into the process in the beginning. Not saying that we wouldn't in the end. That is, and if you heard me, I was repeating that extensively throughout the year, but now we're at a different point. But I believe that is the reason that we got put into that category.
Okay.
It's because we checked the box.
Okay, and then my other question is for the county attorney. I keep hearing the phrase option contract, option agreement. Can you speak to that request that's being made, apparently?
It's my understanding that the property owners are asking for the board to enter into a formal option purchase and sale agreement sometime in January of 2024. And in that agreement, which will be much more detailed than this letter of intent or letter of agreement, it will give the county until December 2024 to complete its purchase of the property after it gives the $3.4 million consideration. If the county is not ready to move towards closing in 2024, there's the extension periods to take it forward another year for additional consideration. So the longer we put out closing into the future, the more money we would put into the game under the terms of this letter of intent.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Mr. Durr, I do have one more question for you. I'm not being terribly efficient with your ups and downs.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Poor guy.
We appointed each of us members to the Seminole Forever Committee at our last board meeting before last.
Yes.
Has that committee met yet?
No, they will be meeting in January.
Okay, and part of that committee's responsibility is to identify properties for purchase?
That's correct.
And right now, they have how much money did we seed them with?
3.9.
Yeah.
So if we make this agreement now, this committee will be joining in January with approximately $500,000 to play with?
We weren't using Seminole Forever dollars. If this was to go forward, if you want to move forward with the 3.4, I would recommend we take it out of reserves.
Okay.
So, but an item to be voted on.
Commissioner Hur.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that, absolutely.
I mean, who's we? Because we didn't determine that.
Well, no, of course, all actions have to be, I can't
Okay.
appropriate, the purchasing policies, I can't spend 3.4 million, just to let you know that.
But for purposes of, I mean, obviously, by my visceral response to that, we established Seminole Forever miraculously with the dollar amount that aligns with this agreement. I can't imagine that we would take it out of reserves, but that's my comment.
Okay, those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
All right. I think we've discussed
Beat the
this long
horse.
enough, yes.
Well, I mean, honestly,
understand.
have we discussed it long enough? Because it's $34 freaking million. And frankly, we talked longer today about $9 million of ARPA money for the sheriff. This is a huge sum of money with a commitment that we don't know yet how we're going to fund it. We know where the $9 million is coming from for the sheriff. That money's already been allocated. He's got it in his account. We paid him ahead of time. And we dorked around with that for forever. And now this, we don't even know where the money's coming from, and we're going to say, well, we got to hurry this up. It gives me the willies. It just gives me the willies.
Anything else?
No. Maybe.
Mr. County Manager and Finance Group, can this county afford this amount of money?
And I get this question a lot, and it's with any project that the board that comes with. Whatever the priority of this board is, I can bring back a financial plan for you, for this board. If you want another ballpark, if you want, X, Y, and Z, I can work with my team and come up, and there could be many options that I could come up with. we can use local funds, we can leverage funds with other grant opportunities. There's a whole other piece to this. If this is a priority for the board to purchase, if Florida Forever doesn't purchase it, there are other opportunities that we can look at, other state opportunities, water management district opportunities, federal opportunities that we could look at.
Thank you.
Rural lands.
Rural lands. I mean, there's other
Sure, and there's federal opportunities, too. So here's what I will say as the district commissioner. This premise that this is some nuance or some new thing that we're just talking about, that we didn't know about the cost, we didn't know this was an option, this has been talked about for months, for a very long time. Time is of the essence in all undertakings. As a business person myself, I get that, I understand that. I think we can talk all day long about why it's not in conservation, why it should have been in conservation many years ago, et cetera, et cetera. The fact of the matter is, that's water that is well past the dam. This piece of property deserves to be in conservation. I will move a motion to approve the outline of the letter of intent option presented by Mr. Axel to this board, and have the county attorney work on a contractual agreement to be brought back to this board no later than the second meeting in January.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion, and the reason I'm seconding that motion is I also believe by seconding this motion, this is just the beginning of the state's partnership. They're looking for a regional partner. This solidifies us as a regional partner. This also solidifies us to shows that this piece of property will be put in conservation. For all the reasons we've heard here today, there's more reasons why it should be put into conservation. It protects not just the wildlife corridor, the environment, the aquifer, the list goes on and on and on. And as our county manager stated, there are ways to fund this, and that's why I'm seconding the motion.
Motion second, further discussion.
Further discussion.
I would say I appreciate that from the aspect, this buys us time and buys the state time. That's the other sidebar to this. So, Commissioner Lockhart.
Well, I have a question for the county attorney. We have a motion on the floor to allocate $3.4 million that was not agenda'd or noticed. The public didn't know that we were going to be allocating funds as a part of this item. Is that appropriate? Where are we with that?
As far as the Sunshine Law is concerned, Commissioner, there's not a requirement in the Sunshine Law that every item you approve be expressly listed on your agenda. There's a guidance from the Attorney General's office that sometimes controversial items should not be voted on unless they're specifically listed on the agenda. This was listed on the agenda in the context of being a discussion about Florida Forever, which has been the Yarborough property traditionally. So it's a little bit in a gray area. I don't think you're committing a violation of a statute.
Commissioner Constantine, were you?
Mr. Chairman, I want to vote for your amendment, for your motion. But, and for the sake of, as Mr. Baer said, not ruining the good, waiting for the perfect, I do have some amendments that I would like you to consider. Number one, I think you said based upon the context of this letter, I would suggest that instead of that we give the authority of the county manager to negotiate an option to purchase along with whoever else in the staff, along with an option to purchase, not based upon this, but have an open negotiation to be brought back in January. And number two, that no Seminole Forever dollars will be used unless the Seminole Forever ARC decides that they want to be part of it, which they're meeting in January also, I don't know when, but that's down the step. And number three, that as part of this to be brought back in January, and, like I said, not this letter of intent, but in an agreement between the two sides that, isn't based on this, but based on true negotiation, the third part is that the county manager has to come back with a plan of how to pay for it. All of that, that's what I would ask you to put in your motion.
Accepted. The seconder accept?
I will accept it.
Okay. Under further discussion, Commissioner Herr?
So the county manager is going to come back with a plan to how to fund it, except we've already taken away a source of funding for it.
I did not say that.
No, I don't think so.
So,
It's not
so
what I understood.
clarify.
I said, the art committee, can make the decision that if they want to spend whatever amount of money that they, based upon working with the staff, of the money that they will have available or ongoing. They could sit there, I'm not suggesting they do, but let's just say that we're looking at about 3.9 to 5 million a year. They could suggest that they would do it through bonding. They could do it through, if they wanted to do this solely, they could, or put some of their money into bonding. So I'm just saying I don't want us to commit them to it without their input. So I'm saying that, which the county manager's already said he wasn't going to use that money anyway in his plan. But I'm saying that's number one. That's number three, actually. Number one is that it's an open negotiation, not based upon this letter. And the third thing was that he would have to come back with an actual visible plan of how he felt he would intend to purchase this if it was us that had to purchase it, not Florida Forever.
To come back to us on January 23rd, 2024.
I said the second meeting in January.
Okay.
That's what you said, and I didn't change that.
Accepted. Has everybody got clarity on that? Madam Clerk, do you have clarity on that? All in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign?
No.
No.
3-2, motion carries. Next item is District Commissioner reports. Commissioner Lockhart.
Yes. One of my appointees on this list is actually here today. You all may know Mr. Evans.
Yep.
And really thrilled that he could be here because I guess he has nothing better to do than sit with us this afternoon. So glad. All of these people are volunteers who give their time, talent, and in some cases treasure to volunteer on these boards on our behalf. And so I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Evans, and all of the other folks who have volunteered their time. You should have had a list circulated to you. I was a little late getting all of these together, and I have a couple of vacancies still, but would you like these to be done individually or as one slate?
That's a very good and valid question, and this is probably a good time to bring it up if you don't mind. I don't mean to do this during your report, but I don't know that we need to be approving each other's appointments to a board. It's your appointment as a commissioner, but I'd like to have dialogue and see what you all think about that. It's each of our...
I think my opinion would be whatever the county attorney's opinion is. Is that allowable?
Well, I think it's going to may vary from board to board. So, this is an analysis that would need to happen based on which board you're making an appointment to.
Okay, well, we'll make a motion for now and get that cleared up later. Yes, we'll clarify. It was just a thought process.
It's a generous thought.
Yeah.
So just make them all at once, it'd be great.
Okay, but I am going to pull one of yours off again, if we're doing those again.
Wait a minute. I don't think I have any appointments.
They're in the book, they're in the agenda. Anyway, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, pause on that. Okay, so to the Agricultural Advisory Board, Aaron Keefe, for a term beginning January 2023, ending December 31st, 2024. To the Animal Control Board, reappoint Gail Hare for a appointment starting January 24, ending December 31st, 2025. The Board of Adjustment, Mr. James Evans, for a term beginning January 2024, ending December 31st, 2027. 3 years. Okay. Jeff Wallace, a reappointment as the pool contractor on the Contractor Examiner Board, January 24 to December 24. Carmen Bierman as a reappointment to the Historical Commission, January 23, because that was the term, to December 24. Raven R. Scott, reappointment to the Library Advisory Board, January 24 to December 25. Cliff Miller as a reappointment to the Seminole County Port Authority, starting January 24, ending December 2027.
Okay, so for clarification, you said you were going to take one of mine off? I just did all my appointments last meeting.
So that's my motion for these.
Second.
Second. You got a second from Commissioner Herr?
Yeah. You going to call a vote?
Sure. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Like sign, seeing none?
Okay. I saw your appointments in the board agenda book, and so I thought that we were bringing those up again for some reason.
And I'll get with Commissioner Zimbauer's office. I think there might have been a discrepancy, but let me verify that, and I'll come back to you.
Oh, it's in the minutes from last meeting.
Yeah, we'll verify that, so.
Okay. All right. So
you want to pull some of mine off? Is that what you're saying?
No, I voted against Richard German last time.
Oh, yeah,
I just didn't know if I
it all
had to
covered.
vote against him again.
For the same board, apparently.
For the same, yeah.
No.
It's already passed 3-2.
Right.
Right. Oh, I know, but it's on the agenda.
No, I'm not
again.
saying to you.
Okay.
I was just saying.
Okay. For my district report, the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Conference in Tampa was very successful, quick in and out. A lot of good work was done. I'm sure Commissioner Constantine will have specifics about various things that are going on there. I sent you all an email regarding my summary of my experience on the canvassing board. I know that we had given some type of direction to have staff come back to us with some admin code, something to help guide this board's participation in that moving forward. Do we know when we might start seeing drafts of that, or what that might look like?
I would expect something in the first quarter of 2024.
Okay, great. Had a fantastic tour out at Cherry Lake. We had several members of our team that were able to go, Rebecca Hammock and Mr. Gomez. Yeah, right?
Gomez, yes.
Gomez. As I was saying it, I was like, no, that's not it. It is. And Kim Ornberg had some members of her team out there. It was really just a fantastic opportunity for our folks to see truly native landscapes and how they can be implemented in a builder environment, and talk to a producer to learn how we could start to maybe gradually implement some of these practices, carrot versus stick, a little bit of both maybe at some point. But I think all of the team members who were there felt like it was a valuable time, and it was a really chilly day, so it was kind of fun to be out there. I was able to do a tour of the Juvenile Assessment Center with Commissioner Mike Scott from Orange County. Had a fabulous, if you can have a fabulous tour of the Juvenile Assessment Center and Detention Center, it really was a great interaction with the sheriff's team that is out there and the work that they are doing. You want to talk about collaboration and the work that we do. It is just tremendous. And I will tell you, Commissioner Scott was shocked, because I think sometimes, Orange County's, they're the big boy in the room, and for us to have such great resources for our families and our kids here in Seminole County was very eye-opening for him, so it was great. Attended the City of Sanford Christmas Parade, like a lot of you did. It was about an hour and a half long, lots and lots of floats, and huge kudos to all of our team members and departments that had floats that they entered in. Environmental Services had the biggest piece of equipment I think I have ever seen anywhere. It was massive. And then they created a Christmas tree out of empty paint cans and had lights. It was just adorable. And Alan Harris had Animal Services float, emergency management float. It was fantastic. And of course, the sheriff had all of his toys out there. Really, I don't know what the estimates are for the attendance, but it was just every year, I swear, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's fantastic. Let's see. I think that's all. I'm sure other people have lots of things that they want to talk about, so these others I'll tackle some other time. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lockhart. Commissioner Herr?
Congratulations go out to Christina Diaz, Seminole County Fire Department's fire marshal, who was named the East Central Director of the Florida Fire Marshals and Inspectors Association. So way to go, Christina. A big shout out to Tony, Dino, and Jeff, who are the engineers extraordinaire who met with the Homeowners Association at the preserve at Astor Farms and presented a short-term solution, which the members of the Homeowners Association pointed out I need to stop calling it that, so I will stop calling it that. There is a less invasive solution that may work long-term, as well as a one that will take longer that is rather invasive into the neighborhood, to eliminate the inability of cars to get through the passage into the neighborhood during typical rainstorms. The ball is in the Homeowners Association's court as to whether or not they want to proceed with that work. I also was at the Sanford Christmas Parade, and so I'll give the shout out to the city of Sanford for putting on an event that was absolutely phenomenal. We always have a blast there. And not on a different note, I was honored to take part in the Christmas window contest judging in the historic downtown Sanford community. And this is a concerted effort by the local chamber to get businesses to sort of light up the downtown. And I will tell you that the evening that I was there, the city was packed. And there was lots of holiday frolic, so it was really good to see. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Herr. Commissioner Delory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under my district appointments, I'd like to reappoint John McGrath to the Animal Control Board for a 2-year term beginning January 1, 2024. Reappoint Joe Strata to the Contractor Examiner Board for a 1-year term beginning January 1, 2024. Reappoint Judith Smith to the Historic Commission Board to fulfill an existing term ending 12/31/2024. Reappoint Stephen Smith to the Planning and Zoning Commission Board for a 4-year term beginning January 1, 2024. Reappoint Brian Hacker to the Seminole County Industrial Development Board Authority, SCIDA, for a 4-year term beginning January 1, 2024. That is my motion.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Seeing none, unanimous.
If Steve Smith will cut his hair.
Oh, jeez.
Under my report, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to commend all the different tree lightings that we've been to, as well as events, and I'm sure there's more events, as we get closer to the Christmas, as well as New Year's. The ones in particular that stick out is Boys Town, that's in your district. We were there, and that's the reason why we couldn't go to the parade in Sanford. I think it was 30-some-odd years, 32 years, I think it was, that they've had.
Yeah, the Dimitri family and it was there, and it was great.
Mary Dimitri was there, the daughter of Bill Dimitri. And Mary Dimitri told a little bit about the history, how that property, which was owned by her dad back then, he was approached by one of his good long-term friends, John Morgan. And between John Morgan and Bill Dimitri, they not only put up the property, they built most of the buildings out there.
Like for the people, John Morgan?
Yeah.
That John Morgan. And John Morgan actually approached Bill Dimitri. It's one of the 11 satellite slots that they have, Boys Town, outside of Omaha, Nebraska. They don't do that anymore. And it's Father Flanagan, as you've seen in the movie, Boys Town. And when the building campus was expanded in 2006, Disney was actually involved in the actual expansion of it, and they actually had Mickey Rooney come to do the ribbon cutting for the facility. And Mary Dimitri was saying how much her mother appreciated that, because that was one of her all-time favorite people that she wanted to meet. Also, the Christmas Village by the Sheriff's Department was a huge success. The individuals that put that together need to be commended, as well as Santa Lucia Festival over by the historic museum. And then early this month, one of our veterans, John Henry, turned 104 in Oviedo.
Wow.
He's one of the individuals we recognized who was in Iwo Jima during World War II. His whole entire family was there. The veterans did a drive-by, as well as they had a color guard out there for him. And for 104 years old, that man is sharp as a tack. He is truly, truly an amazing man. And God bless him and his family, and God bless what he went through out there with so many other veterans. I did go to the Rolling Hills Golf Cart Parade, and I'll let Commissioner Constantine talk about that. We got a little wet.
Got a little wet.
But it was well worth it. And I'm hoping next year it'll be a little bit drier so we can see the whole thing. There was a lot of people out there. Commissioner Constantine, you should be commended for that.
I didn't do anything. They did it all.
Well, our staff was out there as well.
They didn't go for a swim?
No, they didn't go for a swim. Our staff was out there as well. Tomorrow, I will be representing this county on the Seminole County Alliance. DCF is having a meeting to talk about Embrace Families, on how to put that out to bid. So I'll be reporting back at the next meeting, our next meeting, on how that's going to be moving forward. So we're curious to see what DCF is going to be doing with Embrace Families, that they're going away, and how to put that out on the street. I do want to wish everyone here a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Please spend time with your families or the people that you care for. It's the holiday season that means so much to us all, and God bless you all. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Bob. All right, Commissioner Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be as brief as I can be, but there are some things I do need to bring to the board's attention. My reappointments, I'd like to reappoint Ms. Nancy Dunn to Parks and Preservations, starting January 1st until December 31st, 2025. Also, for the same committee, Parks and Rec, Janine Ellison, from January 1st to December 31st, 2025. Mr. Dudley Bates to the Code Enforcement Board for a 3-year term starting January 24th through December 31st, 2026. And Ms. Bridget Lake to the Animal Control Board for a 2-year term starting January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025.
Second. Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Hearing none, unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Constantine.
Thank you. Also, just a question, and I don't know whether this should be directed at the staff or the commission, but I have an appointment for the contractor examiner board, but it's for the well contractor. Okay. But I've now found out that we don't do any well contracting any longer. So the question is, can I do something in a similar fashion like a plumber or something of that nature?
Honestly, I don't think it really matters because
they don't meet anyway.
They don't meet very often.
So
doesn't
but
mean they shouldn't.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And our building department is supposed to reel that in, I'm understanding.
Well, if that's the consensus, then I will bring forward somebody at the next meeting for that particular position.
Fair enough.
As far as the FAC, as Commissioner Lockhart pointed out in Tampa, it's always refreshing to watch the Florida Association of Counties, which is basically half Republican and half Democrat, and they don't care about partisan issues. Almost every single specific policy was unanimous, and the guiding principles, which are the higher, which bring forth the individual policies, were all unanimous, mostly because they're all based on the premise of home rule and, let local government do their job. Which we all know, if we could, it would be a whole lot better than leaving it to the state legislature. On November 20th, at the invitation of a longtime director of the Lake Brantley Lake Management organization. Fred Streetman asked me to go, and this is a approximately 20 homeowner group that all takes pride and participates in the improving and the protection of Lake Brantley, and they wanted to know some of the things that we were doing, and specifically, they were very excited about the Seminole Forever program because they felt that that would have benefits to them. Both Commissioner Delory and I were at Wayne Dench when they tilted up the building, which I think it was something like a 12 million, I'm trying to remember, 12 million new construction here in Seminole County. For those of you, and I think I saw a couple of you, I can't remember because it was November 28th, it was a while ago, but if you haven't been to the zoo's Asian Lantern Festival, it is unbelievable. It is the best I've ever seen, and anybody that wanted to get in the festive mood for the holidays really needs to go to that. I mentioned to you also, the National Association of Counties, which I represent Florida on, had their annual meeting, or a meeting in Minnesota. Minnesota. St. Paul, isn't that wonderful, in December to have a meeting there? But the best part about it is
What time of year?
It was a couple of days ago. I got on the plane coming home, it was 21 degrees, got off, it was 81 degrees. Go figure. But one of the things, spent a whole day in leadership and decision-making at 3M. And I've got a lot of Post-it notes for everybody that I try to stuff in my bag. But outside of that was...
Better get a bunch of masks, too, didn't you?
It was amazing to watch, the process that 3M goes through.
Did you tell the sheriff deputy about this?
Huh? No, they gave them to us, my friend. They gave them to us. I wanted to tell you that on the 2nd of this month, the city of Altamont Springs had its Light Up the Holidays, which it's unique because this year it was ranked 8th by Reader's Choice from USA Today as the best public lighting display in the nation. So I think that's incredible that they would get 8th. Also, I was given the honor to participate with 2 different synagogues in their celebration with Hanukkah. One that was at Longwood and one that was in Altamont Springs, and that was just a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Just how important it is to show our support to the Jewish community, especially in times like this. I would agree with both of my fellow commissioners about the City of Sanford Parade. It's always wonderful. And they do such a good job of, instead of asking us to do the autos, they do it themselves, they provide it. Jay doesn't have to come in his big old pickup truck or anything like that. But here's the one, I just want to give you a perspective of how important I think from a community this is. When I was a senator, I would do the Winter Park Parade.
Was this a brevity report you were giving?
I told you I was trying. I told you I had a lot of things I had to say. I'm sorry. But I did the Winter Park. Yeah, you're making it longer, my friend. Winter Park Parade and the Sanford Parade on the same day. And the Winter Park Parade, when you did it in the morning, the kids, you would throw them candy and they'd look at it like, I don't really want. The Sanford kids, they don't care what you said. They love it and they're just happy. And
technically, you're not allowed to throw candy. I was
told what I'm
I will have to watch a 2-hour video if I throw candy.
And my report's gotten longer. Okay, and also the Rolling Hills golf cart. There was at least 20, 25 Rolling Hills. The people, they were all excited, and then it started raining and lightning, and too bad. 2 things I want to update you on. On the 21st, Christian and Chris accompanied me to a Grace Boulevard community meeting. 2 days before Thanksgiving, we had over 50 people at Westmont. This is about something that neither one of there's two communities, neither one of them caused this, but there is a problem on 436 and getting on and off from the chain of DOT I-4. And there is a street that is our street that we have not maintained by the name of Oak Street. And one side was, it's a dirt road with a lot of problems. One side was cutting in, causing a lot of problems for the other side. The other side wanted it closed. One side, didn't. It almost looked like your big gypsy wedding. In the fact that half of them were sitting for one side on one side of the room and half of them were sitting on the other side. We thought we came to an agreement. But in the last couple of days, a few people have had concerns. Christian and I will continue to work with them and try to come up, not with an unanimous agreement, but with a consensus. And we think we're there, but we've got some conversations still to do.
What does this agreement commit us to?
Well, the road needs to be, that's one of the things, the road needs to be improved, but whether it's going to be one way or two. And it's a road, a very, very small road. It's between Ronnie and Grace. And I'll let Christian kind of fill you all in on that. It's a safety issue from both sides. So we really need to, getting on to 436, and it wasn't either side controlled. The last thing is that at the request of Florida Wildlife Commission, I was asked to make a presentation last week on what we have done in our urban bear ordinance. They were meeting in Orlando, and I will tell you that not only were they, again, Chris helped me put the presentation together. Thank you, Chris. Not only were FWC very impressed, but the entire audience there, which was, from all over, especially in Osceola County, because they were going to talk about Split Oaks. But they were very impressed to the fact that they said they were going to put money in their budget to help in pushing forward the urban bear ordinance as they haven't done in a while, but have done in the past. So we'll look forward to seeing what that happens. And yes, sir, I'm done.
Thank you. You're so easy to mess with. That's why we do that.
I know. I appreciate
You sort of
the
like
fact.
just walk right into it all the time.
I know.
Well, I will keep my district report very brief. I attended many of the same things you all have. A couple things, Lake Jessup, which we're all aware of. I don't know if you were aware, but the study just came out. Lake Jessup has the most alligators in it of any lake in the country. Wow. In the country, not the state,
Yeah.
the entire country.
And they're all three-eyed.
So I'm going to approach SGTV to see if we can film Florida swamp people in my district on Lake Jessup, starring...
Chad Crawford.
Exactly.
There you go.
Oh, this was real?
No, I'm playing with you.
We're all like,
It's late in the day.
Do you want to be the star? Okay.
No. Whitcomb Road project, I want to thank all of our staff, engineering staff and so forth that worked on the Whitcomb Road project. Many of you may have seen that in the news lately. Actually, when I was elected, it was handed off to me from Commissioner Galari and Commissioner Horan, who the residents had come to ask for a solution to get access to flooding prevention on Whitcomb Road. We worked through that whole process for now 4 or 5 years. Studies identified the fixes. We unfortunately could not get all property owners to give us easement and right-of-ways to deploy those, so therefore we are not able to move forward. 14 of the 30 or 40 people could not do that, so we have written them a letter saying, we did the study, it's on the shelf, if you get to that point, we can move forward, but at this juncture, we're not able to do so.
And Commissioner Zembauer, because
Yes.
I did see that on Channel 13.
Yes.
And it prompted me to ask a couple questions. How long ago did this board approved to put that on the list? Like how, I mean, has it been?
I think it was before I arrived here.
It was before, it was 10
Because it
years.
was handed to me. Matter of fact, Commissioner Delory, after I was elected, he came to my office and says, hey, this is going to be happening in your district. Moran handed it to me. I need you to be here so you know what's going on. So that's how it was passed to me.
It was 10 years ago we started.
There you go. So I've been involved 5 years of that.
So is the county attorney's office still trying to work to get right-of-way?
No, we've met with all of those people, and they've all been written. I've spoken to them. They're not giving us right away. We've asked, we've begged. Now, we could eminent domain it if y'all want, but I don't think that's what we want to do.
Well, I just think if, before we say, oops, too bad, so sad, if it's something that this board committed to so long ago, and it's something that's important, maybe the board needs to give some direction for next steps. I'd hate for this to be shouldered on you, and I don't know that this is like I know it's in your district, but I don't think it's like a district commissioner.
You probably ought to come to the
Determined
community
thing.
meeting. We probably might want to have another one, invite everybody out. It's pretty interesting. It's literally, some neighbors want to help each other, the others are so at odds that.
I just know the county is constantly accused, and rightfully so, of creating plans and putting money toward projects and doing engineering and whatever, and then we put it on the shelf. And if I just didn't know which members of our executive team had been involved to help shepherd it through. Anyway, those are some of my questions.
Then we get a briefing to all the commissioners, it'd be great. Sure. If there's others in the county, give me a briefing on all the others in the county too. If we want to deploy eminent domain, tell us that too. Okay. That's fine.
I think the question is whether or not there should be a process for determining that path forward,
Sure.
not on this specific issue, but I can tell you I have big projects coming up in my district, and I'm not making that decision on my own, and so I don't want precedent set by this for me.
Okay, that's end of my report, district report. Now we'll move on to the chairman's report. Hopefully everybody received a copy of the proposed meeting dates for the upcoming year. Want to make sure everyone is okay with those. I understand staff is okay with that.
You want a motion to approve?
A motion to approve?
So moved.
I said.
Second.
We have, second, okay. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Next one is, hopefully everybody has seen the board appointments that I have put as the chairman's appointments and my suggestions as the board appointments. Is there any concerns with any of those? If so, let's call them out and we can discuss them.
I just want to thank whoever did this in 24-point font. This is fabulous. Thank you.
Seeing nothing, no concerns, can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion approved and second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Moves unanimously. Also want to give you an update that Gabby Milch will continue on behalf of the Seminole Soil and Water Board to give us a quarterly update of what's going on with their work product. Also would like some discussion, I'll rephrase that, consideration, don't want to discuss, because I think we've discussed quite a bit today. The proclamations, which are in our board policies and what's dictated there, and to give consideration what our thought process is there. As many of us may know, there's a lot of proclamations that are requested by many different entities. Some rise to the level of being very important, some are notable, but in the eyes of the individuals requesting it, they're all important, of course. So maybe give that some consideration, but we also have been asked, I think 6 months ago, to review the board policies and give comment to Melanie. And I last checked with Melanie sometime back, and I don't think we have everybody's comments gathered yet.
Now we do.
We do.
Now we do.
Okay.
Actually, it happened at Commissioner Lockhart's last meeting as chair. We just got most of them done, so we'll be bringing those back to the board.
Great. And do you intend to bring that in a work session, or are you just going to bring that comments for us to have a food fight over, or how you want to do that?
How about I'll meet with you, and we'll go through all of them, and then I'll meet with each individual commissioner, and then we'll determine how we want to bring those forward.
Okay. Well, I also want to take the opportunity to, once again, thank Commissioner Lockhart for her leadership last year as the board chair and everything that you all have done and working, getting us to this point, and onboarding our new staff and our new management. And as they see, sometimes we're hard to wrangle, the five of us, but that's one of the things that makes Seminole County unique, that these elected officials are engaged. We're not typically sitting here being led around by the nose and making decisions. We're very vocal. We're passionate about what our beliefs are, and I think that speaks a lot for our county. I also it would be remiss not mentioning the school board ratings are out of the schools. I'm happy to report that several in the rural area are A-rated schools. But I think we're in a pretty good place. I think there's some room for improvement, but I think I would encourage all you to go out there and review that. So we appreciate what the school board has done there. And I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. And hope you and your family continue to be safe and enjoy some festivities with each other. I know some of you have children in school, some have children that are living far away, and hopefully everybody gets together for this upcoming season. So if there's nothing else there, we're going to move to our public input. These will be items that are not on the agenda. This will be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes of public input. Dominique, do we have any speaker cards? Looks like we do.
We do.
How many do we have?
We have 6.
Okay. Let's see if we can get 3 at a time lined up. If you'll call 3 names, bring them up here, and I'll ask first 3 line up, well, next 3, and move it on through.
So we have Blair Walters, Pamela Blosser, and Jody Menor.
And once they get lined up, go ahead and call them in order again, so make sure we're in order.
Hi, greetings, thank you today. My name is Blair Walters. I reside at 138 William Street in Edgewater, Florida, over in Volusia County. I'm here today representing the Seminole County Trap, Neuter, Vaccinate, Return Program, or the TMVR program. We've been in existence since November of 2021. And I want to share with you today some of our statistics, of course, ask for funding, and support to help our program grow. It's been a huge success in the community. We are a small, powerful team of 10 volunteers, and between the time we started in November of 21 to current, we have trapped about 1,460 community cats and run them through the program. We found that 270 of those kitties were able to be adopted out. The others we just put back in the community where they came from. We also have a partnership with Seminole County Animal Services. They have have community cats that come into their facility. And since September of 2022 to current, we have bailed out about 791 cats from them. And these were cats that they deemed unadoptable, and they were slated to be put down. So we went in and we've partnered with them. We bring them in through our program. We get them TMVR'd, and out of those kitties, we've been able to adopt out 250 of them. And out of the 791 that we took from Animal Services, it cost our group a little over $51,000 to have TNR'd. That money comes from the volunteers, it comes from other residents, and then various animal lovers throughout the community who believe in the value of spaying and neutering. And I've gotten a couple grants out of that. It costs about the same. It costs us $65 to spay and neuter the cats, which is rabies. We give them their vaccines. We deworm them. We do parasites, we do flea meds, of course we ear tip them, and now that we're a 501c3 status, we also microchip the cats. Some of our hot spots that we have are Sanford, Altamont, Oviedo, and Castleberry. All the residents, like I said, that we talked to, they're very, very happy to have a program out there that they can do, use for these cats because they want to keep them around. Everyone's just tired of all the kittens, and this puts a stop to all of the kitten problems that we have. It would be nice to get some funding out of the county commissioners or out of our county as well as out of animal services so that we can continue to pay this program forward. A lot of our citizens, as you notice in the areas that we're dealing with, they don't have the funds to spay neuter these cats. We do take, you can call monies in over to Spay and Save. Phyllis is a godsend. She's been a blessing to our program. Without her, it could not have been as successful as it is today. So monies can go in there. And I know I got to hurry up and talk.
Yep, you can try to wrap it up, Ms. Waters.
All right, so we really would look for, we'd love to have some funding. We want to partner with Animal Services. We feel that the program is very, very valuable. Orange County has an awesome program that we can just mirror image. So people have already gone through the hardships on how to get these programs to work.
Thank you, Ms. Waters.
Merry Christmas, happy
Thank
holidays,
you.
and I'm always available for any more information.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Our
Pamela
next-
Blosser.
I'm sorry?
Pamela Blosser.
Blosser?
Yes,
Good
hello.
afternoon. Your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Pamela Blosser, a resident of Seminole County,
Street address?
5359 Lanyard Court, Winter Park.
Thank you.
I'm here representing Best Friends Animal and their local Save Change Seminole program. We are hoping to raise awareness and help the county achieve no-kill. Of the 500, according to what the county and the state have filed as public record in 2022, 5,059 pets were entered SCAS and only 3,475 left alive. That means they euthanized 2,084 pets last year. Of that, 58% were cats and 71% were dogs that left alive. So good segue from her presentation. Almost 40% of the cats don't survive. We respect that they don't euthanize for space, but if the 36% of the animals aren't leaving alive, then we are far short of the nationally recognized no-kill benchmark of 90%. 90% is statistically proven as a no-kill benchmark with the right programming and training and best practices. Only 10% of impounded animals will likely need to be euthanized, whether it's owner-requested euthanasia, behavior, illness, or injury. The Director of Emergency Management's own data reported 65% of the animals leave alive and 35% do not, based on behavior, illness, injury, and other reasons. National statistics show with the right programming, only 10% should be euthanized. I just want to say on a personal note, I've been adopting rescue pets since 1982. I currently have 3 dogs, 2 of which came from Best Friends in another city. I have been financially supporting this organization for 2 decades, and now I am personally giving time as a volunteer. I appreciate my opportunity to be in front of you. You have a big job. I had no idea. This is my first meeting. I really hope you consider accepting the help we are providing. We're not asking for anything. We're asking to come in and help share these best practices. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Next is Jody Menor.
Ms. Menor. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Jody Menor. I live at 1241 Alberta Street in Longwood, and I'm a Seminole County resident, obviously. I wanted to come here and speak to you in support of the Best Friends Animal Society's Change Save Seminole campaign. Ever since I can remember, I've always my family has always adopted our furry family members from our local shelter. And I totally support our local shelter. And I just wanted to say that the statistics are that Seminole County Animal Services saves about 65% of the animals that enter the shelter, while the state average of Florida shelters is 85% live release rate. 69% of all no-kill shelters are government-funded or government-supported, just like our shelter here in Seminole. And this is something that we can do. We can make a good change, a positive change for the animals. Seminole County officials claim that because Seminole County Shelter hasn't killed an animal due to space or breed, that the shelter is already no-kill. But this is not the national accepted definition of no-kill, which is what we're fighting for. No-kill is about more than just not euthanizing for space. It's a commitment to getting at least 90% of all impounded animals out of the shelter alive. And we can do this. The Director of Emergency Management, his data even reports that 65% of animals entering SCAS leave alive. That means 35% of them are being euthanized for behavior, illness, injury, and other reasons. National statistics show that with the right programming, only 10% of the animals entering the shelter should be euthanized for any of those reasons. That means 25% more animals that could be saved if you would accept the help of Change Save Seminole and Best Friends Animal Society. And I myself have been following Best Friends. I've been a member. I've been out to their sanctuary, which is an amazing place. And I love what they do. I've read about other places that they've come in to support.
You're down to 5 seconds, ma'am. Let's wrap it up.
Okay. And they've made huge changes in the community, and I know that we can do it too.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next group of...
So the next three are Katie Fine, Robert Warner, and Jessica Tillman.
And I would advise all of you, although we welcome all your comments, please do not be duplicative of what's already been said. If so, we're going to cut you off. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me and other community members to make public comment.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Katie Fine. I'm actually here from Texas.
Address, street address?
419 Live Oak Street, Kyle, Texas.
Thank you.
As I was saying, congratulations to Commissioner Zembauer on becoming the new chairman. I am the senior campaign strategist of electoral initiatives for Best Friends Animal Society, and one of the initiatives that I'm working on is Change Save Seminole. Best Friends Animal Society is a national nonprofit committed to ending the killing of healthy and treatable animals in America's shelters. Our mission is for every shelter in the country to become no-kill by December 31st, 2025. This is defined as having a 90% live release rate. We use shelter outcome data from state and local governments whom the shelters report their numbers to annually. This data shows that Seminole County Animal Services has the 4th highest euthanasia rate in the state, euthanizing 30% of all animals that enter the shelter. This, combined with residents reaching out asking for help, resulted in Best Friends identifying Seminole County as a priority for increasing life-saving and launching the Change Save Seminole campaign. My colleague Robert, who is the campaign manager, will speak more about this campaign later. We are encouraged that a new interim director has been put in place. Meetings have taken place with rescue groups and verbal commitments have been made. However, our commitment to get Seminole County to a 90% live release rate is not changing and it is not wavering. Unfortunately, offers of support have been declined by county leadership and a strained relationship has developed. I'm here to dispel some rumors. There's a false narrative circling that we don't agree on the data. We actually do agree on the data. In fact, after we presented the data that we received from the state, that the shelter reported to the state, the Director of Emergency Management ran his own numbers that came out practically identical. Both data sets showed that in 2022, only 65% of animals that entered the shelter left alive, far below the 90% live release rate, which is nationally recognized, data-driven definition of no-kill. While the county claims they're no-kill because they do not kill for space, we challenge you to reach the true definition of no-kill, which means that only 10% of impounded animals are euthanized for any reason. This would reduce shelter killing by 1,500 lives per year in Seminole County. Again, we are not in disagreement about the number of animals being killed in the shelter. We disagree that the number is acceptable and believe the county and shelter leadership should be willing to work towards reducing this number. Another misnomer is that SCAS's high kill rate is due to their owner-requested euthanasia program. This is simply not true. This program does not prevent SCAS from achieving 90%, nor do we want this valuable service to go away. 540 owned animals were euthanized in 2022 through this program, accounting for only 8% of intakes. Even with those numbers removed, the live release rate would increase only to 73%, which is 17% below the 90% live release rate to achieve no kill, and it's also 12% below the state average. Behind me, you will see many community members, your constituents, who are here to speak to you about the desire for SCAS to save more lives. We simply want to reduce shelter killing, and we hope that we can build a strong and positive, respectful relationship with Seminole County Animal Shelter.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Robert Warner.
Mr. Warner, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Warner, Campaign Manager, Save Seminole, 2550 Apartment B, Hartwell Avenue, Sanford, Florida, 32773.
Thank you. Very well. Proceed.
Once again, my name is Robert Warner. I'm the Campaign Manager for Change Save Seminole. I've also been a resident of this wonderful county for 5 years. In my time in this county, I've seen a lot of positive things go on. New subdivisions, playgrounds, new equipment for the playgrounds. With me having 4 beautiful little girls, that's the biggest thing. Thank you guys for that. Now, going on, according to data, 5,559 dogs and cats enter the shelter and 3,554 come out alive, which leaves you about a safe rate of 65%. A stat that was confirmed by your Department of Emergency Services Management in writing. Now, we are here to help Seminole County reach a 90% live release rate. In the past 2 months, 2 offers of support have been provided by Best Friends to the Seminole County Animal Services, offering training and support for programming that is designed to decrease the length of stay and increase the shelter's save rate. This is also at no cost to the shelter. Unfortunately, these offers were declined, and claims that the Seminole County is already no-kill because they haven't killed due to space, breed, or age since 2016. This is not a national acceptance for no-kill. This is why I am here today to tell you about Change Save Seminole. Change Save Seminole is a comprehensive community awareness campaign designed to mobilize residents like myself and everybody that's watching this. Lost my place here. Sorry.
1 minute.
Okay, I know. I'll make it quick. Like me towards a unified call for life saving. We cannot help solve a problem if so many do not know the problem exists or don't have all the factual information. So we'll be working hard to get the word out, educating the public through events, meeting, public speaking, and canvassing door to door. With the help of everyone, we can save 6 more animals per workday to reach 90%. Also, I encourage the public to please check out our website at www.chasesaveseminole.org, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Jessica Tillman.
And who's after that?
That is the last one.
All right, Ms. Tillman, welcome.
Good evening now.
Yes.
My name is Jessica Tillman. I reside at 124 Rock Lake Road in Longwood. I moved here 10 years ago with my husband. We're homeowners. We have 4 school-age children. And I'm here to advocate for you to end your membership with the American Library Association. This has already been done in numerous counties across the state, and also other states have also participated in this. I've recently learned that Seminole County has been paying over $3,500 in annual memberships membership dues to the Radical American Library Association and its state's chapter, the Florida Library Association. I urge you to have our county join the growing number of counties around the state to terminate their membership in the ALA, including Citrus, Hernando, Collier, Lee, Sarasota, Pasco, Santa Rosa, Lake, St. Lucie, Manatee, and Hillsborough County. The ALA has become notorious for its aggressive promotion of drag queen story hour and sexually explicit LGBTQ materials targeting children, along with other leftist ideology agendas.
Ma'am, we're not here to talk about politics. Just keep it to a point.
Okay, I'm talking about your membership with the American Library Association.
Then keep it to the membership. Let's not cast aspersions at people based on their politics. Go ahead and proceed. Your time's running.
The ALA has used its influence to promote books that not only push gender ideology indoctrination on children, but outright pornographic content. The ALA's so-called banned book list celebrates these pornographic books by pushing the narrative that affects to keep them away from children and out of the school libraries are a form of censorship. That must be resisted. The ALA actually encourages libraries during so-called banned book week to promote these books on posters and conspiracy places, display cases in public and school libraries to encourage children to check them out. I would really like you to really look. I did email all of this information to all the commissioners. I only had confirmation that one of you actually received it. So if you would please look into this information. I would like to see your ALA membership on the next agenda, even if it's just to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public members that desire to have a word with us this evening? Really? Sir? We'll get out here before 6?
What?
Who's buying dinner?
Move we adjourn.
Commissioner Lockhart. Anything else good for the order? Commissioner Lockhart has her hand up.
Well, I just wanted to say, I did ask my office to follow up with county manager staff to get some more details about the American Library Association membership. I appreciated the letter, the email from Ms. Tillman, but I just wanted to have our staff give some perspective and give us whatever information you can provide us as well on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else good for the order before we adjourn? Commissioner Lockhart, go ahead.
I can't help myself.
Go ahead.
You know, I know it's late, and my martini is usually poured about 30 minutes ago. But I think the 5 of us need to be the ones who make a decision about what offers of help we accept and not have Mr. Harris be in the crosshairs on this particular situation. I've noticed that his name has been personally put on this organization's website as if he is the person who has the authority to make this decision. And Alan, I love you and respect you, but that's our decision. And so I just feel like it's unfortunate. You know, we went through COVID together, and every time someone got up to that podium and had something negative to say about a decision this board made, Alan took that bullet.
Right.
And I don't want to see that happen again.
No, I concur. I mean, and I've talked to the county manager in this regard, as well as Alan, that, look, this is a board decision on anything we make a determination on who we're going to partner with anything we do in this county. So well taken and understood. So I think all of us are on that same page. So nothing else. We will adjourn this meeting, which will be our last meeting of 2023. Happy holidays, all.
Merry Christmas.